Guys, we're ready. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. The Sunshine Statement is thus. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-24-174, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of July 17, 2024, transmitted to the office newspaper on July 24, 24, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson? Here. Councilor Birmingham?
Here.
Councilor D'Amato?
Here.
Councilor Lockman? Absent. Councilor Toller?
Present.
Councilor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present.
Thank you.
There have been presented to the Council the minutes of the October 8th, 2024, and executive session minutes for the Council meeting held on July 17th, 2024. Are there any corrections, additions?
I sent a few.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I sent just a couple of
Okay. Would you like to share them with us, or you're okay with her, or how
I'm
would you
okay
like
with her appending them in.
Okay.
We're rechecking, but it's all good otherwise.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any corrections or anything they'd like to add publicly? Councilor Lockman? I can wait a few minutes. We're accepting the minutes? You're good with the minutes? Okay. All right. Hearing no additions or corrections, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Okay. Tonight we have two proclamations, and we have the first proclamation is for Epilepsy Awareness Month. Council members, anybody like to read that? Is there anyone here to accept the Epilepsy Proclamation?
Where is it?
No one. This is it? Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you please give us the highlights of the proclamation for Epilepsy Awareness Month?
Okay, epilepsy, as many of you might know, is an incurable brain disorder. It causes people to have recurring seizures, and is the third most common neurological condition. 1 in 26 people in the U.S. develop epilepsy in their lifetime due to various causes like abnormal brain development, illness, brain injury, or unknown causes. It affects particularly children and youth and causes them to fear and isolate. And so it does impact many, many people in this country. So where the city of Montclair, or the township of Montclair, we are joining in recognizing November as Epilepsy Awareness Month, which is a global, national, and state effort to increase awareness, educate Montclair residents about epilepsy, and lend support to people with epilepsy and their families in order to improve their quality of life. And I know that there are a number of individuals, youth and adults, who are affected by epilepsy in our town. So now therefore the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim November 2024 as Epilepsy Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another proclamation, and I believe that Mike Guerriero is here with us. Are you here, Mike? Oh, yes. Would you please come down to the, along with Councilor Amina Toller.
Mayor, will you join me? I'm going to stand this way. So if you don't know, Mike is leaving Montclair. We're going to miss you. We appreciate all the work and service that you've provided to the families here in Montclair Township for the past 10 years. So with that being said, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas in 2005, Mike began working in what will become his first shop in Caldwell, New Jersey. And on his 25th birthday in 2015, he opened his shop located at 571 Bloomfield Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey, a place that embodies the warmth, comfort, and community spirit instilled in him by his grandmother, Nona Marie. And whereas Mike and his wife, Brianna, have always gone above the call of duty as business owners, constantly giving back to the community when called upon. Their dedication to helping others within the township who may be in need is to be commended. And whereas the Guerriero family will forever be known as the Montclair face of the pandemic, being covered in almost every national news media for turning their Montclair shop into a makeshift community pantry and soup kitchen, helping to serve and deliver over 6,000 meals and supplies over the course of the pandemic to community members in Montclair. Yes, over 6,000 meals to community members in Montclair area and beyond. And whereas Mike Gelato has become a cherished establishment in Montclair, offering the community not only fresh, delicious homemade gelato at reasonable prices, but a safe and welcoming space for every patron who is entered with endless affection and respect. And whereas Mike and Brianna have helped the community by employing local people and perfecting their craft, earning them numerous awards for the best gelato. Now there before us, we, the mayor and the council in the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, do hereby recognize and celebrate the contributions of Mike Guerriero to the Montclair community. We commend his dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to serving others, and we wish him and his family continued success. Thank you, Mike. Yeah. Thank you, Brianna, for everything.
We had a meet and treat with your council members, and as he so often does, he had the ice cream treats for our young people. So for those of you who didn't get here, you don't know what a treat you missed. I think I had something like devil's blood or something like that. It was really good, had big chunks of coconut and everything, but certainly you will be missed in our community, and I'm very grateful for all of the service that you've provided for us. At this time, I'm just going to make a brief statement, and it's just going to sort of share some things that I've been asked over the past few weeks. And so please bear with me, and I share this with an open heart, hoping that you receive it in the spirit that it's intended. As we close the month of October 2024, Global Diversity Month, a month during which people around the globe seek to heighten awareness about differences, especially among cultures, ethnicities, and faiths, and to teach about the enriching impact these and other differences among people are having and must continue to have on families, communities, states, and nations, we in Montclair certainly are no different. To seize this occasion of Global Diversity Month and every day in the Township of Montclair, we're anchored and we celebrate the efforts to attain and sustain a pluralistic township in which everyone learns from the uniqueness and commonalities of our residents and our visitors. If you believe in the power and potency of democracy, protected freedoms, and the beloved community of humankind, as I do, then you know that we must all work together to continue to make sure that there's no room for hate in our township of Montclair. In spite of my affirmative spirit and actions toward building one Montclair, indivisible, segments of our community have become more vocal in raising their voices and their concerns that more needs to be done and some things need to be done differently to ensure that our township reflects the highest of our collective aspirations. And I agree with that. While supporting a climate for the realization and individual aspirations and in furtherance of our commitment to make Montclair's America's exemplar for township mutuality. Under my leadership and that of our august council, even amidst the rising hate speech and rising hate crimes nationally, increasing vitriolic diatribes, bigotry, and incendiary speech, and physical demonstrations of tolerance, we will not tolerate this in our township of Montclair. As I move to open the meeting and the portion that we call public comment today, know that we will not tolerate any language which vilifies an individual or incites hatred against a group, an individual, or a class of persons. We will not tolerate rudeness when your fellow residents are speaking. Public comment is just that. It's a time for the Montclair public to come and comment. If you have questions, we would appreciate it if you would try your best to send us the questions a couple of days before the meetings. That's the best way for us to give you an answer. If you don't, you're welcome to come up here, and we want to do a respectful thing, and we do want to hear from you. It was decided a few weeks back that we were not going to have a back and forth with people that come here during this time, simply because there's time constraints. We do want to hear from all of you. It's very important to us, and we listen to what you say. We take notes, and we then talk about them at a later time. But we're trying very hard not to have a back and forth during this time. Most of the time, we leave here at 1 a.m., and most of us have jobs that we have to get to. So please, thank you all for being here. We're going to move on to open this up, and thank you so many of you to come here. I know your time is very valuable, and we respect that. Thank you. Everyone, please make sure that you sign up. You can look at a number by your name. You don't have to stand in the line. Anybody that has some abilities that are varied such that you can't get up, let us know where you are by raising your hand, and we'll try to get a mic to you. Everyone has 3 minutes. We are going to try very hard to limit this public comment to a 1 hour period. We're going to try very hard.
Do I have to push it, or is it?
With that being said, welcome, and you guys, you're on.
There. All right. Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and town councilors. My name is Nicholas Carrillo, and standing with me are Namdi Emahalu and Logan Martinez. Together, we are the captains of the Montclair High School boys varsity soccer team. We are also joined here by some of our other teammates because we're deeply concerned about the proposal that will lead to the replacement of our town's turf fields with grass. All of us grew up here in Montclair, as did our coaches, Teray Weaver and Jonathan Childs. We take a lot of pride in representing this town and our high school soccer program. Supporting our team is one way we give back to Montclair, and we're honored to be part of a program with such a strong reputation across New Jersey.
We believe that the proposal were passed, it would eventually be very damaging. Beyond the significant costs, maintaining grass fields would be a challenge. Bad weather alone would lead to frequent cancellations of practices and games, and the fields themselves would deteriorate quickly under the heavy use by multiple teams. As the grass wears down, the fields will become unsafe, increasing the risk of injury. We've seen this firsthand at Hillside Field, where the freshman and JV teams practice. A number of injuries, including ACL tears, have occurred due to poor field conditions. If Fortunato Field, where both girls and boys varsity soccer teams practice, were converted to grass, it wouldn't withstand the heavy use from both programs. This would not only put our schedules in jeopardy, but it would also put our players at greater risk.
Our success on the field is directly tied to the surface we play on. We play a style of soccer that requires a fast-paced, precise game, which turf supports far better than grass. Moving to poorly maintained grass fields would change our game entirely, making it harder for us to compete at our best and keep Montclair soccer program among the top-ranked teams in New Jersey. To be clear, turf fields are the standard in our competition across the state. We have never played on anything besides turf.
While this decision may not directly affect us as seniors, it would be unfair to the players who come after us, which is the reason we are all here tonight to give you our input. We believe it's essential to choose the option that best serves our teams and our community, keeping the turf fields. Many of us plan to pursue soccer in college, and our high school experience is an important part of that journey. Having reliable, high-quality turf fields makes a difference for our training, safety, and future opportunities. We're proud to be Montclair Mounties, and we ask for your support to ensure that future teams have the fields they need to succeed. Please support the program we are so proud of instead of passing laws that will tear it down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Scott Ketty. I'm here for my two daughters who also play soccer. I have a quick question for the council. Could you just raise your hand if you're a parent? So 80% of the council is parents. Well, I have a quick win for you. I actually have two potential quick wins because this has been a very interesting room for the last 3 months. And as you mentioned, Mayor Baskerville going to 1 a.m. Very quick wins. We have exceptionally dangerous streets. We are almost 100% residential. There's a tiny bit of industrial, some commercial, and we don't have speed limits that match residential. They go 70 plus miles an hour in front of my house. The list goes on and on and on. A very quick win. Make everything in the town 25 miles an hour. Make all school zones, preferably 10, if not 15 miles an hour. This can be done. Does anyone in council know there's actually a road that comes into Montclair that's 10 miles an hour? 10. The stopping distance that is being proposed right now is 63 feet at 20 miles an hour. This will be in your inbox. And if we go down to 10, it's 27 and 44. We have 4 schools that actually have active roadways. Pylons, crossing guards do not close roads constantly. There are cars going up and down, and this is easy. It's an easy win. I'll send you some pictures of what other schools are doing around here. It's even more progressive elsewhere, but this is an easy, quick win. And then the second one is we have pontificated and pontificated and pontificated and have a plan like this that almost nothing's been put in. There's a complete streets ordinance. Pass it. Put some money behind it. We don't need to pave 70 miles like our previous mayors do. We need to restructure the roads. We can make our town like Europe, and we can protect all the kids in here. There have been 3, I was barely here this summer, 3 kids have been hit since the summer on bicycles. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3. One of them got hospitalized. I don't know about the other 2. But I was only here 15% of the time, roughly. And I know that. We have a problem. This doesn't include the 8 deaths in the last 7 years. Hoboken has gone to 0. 0. We've implemented almost nothing. So please put an ordinance, pass it right away. We have precedents. We have town nearby. It comes into us at 10 miles an hour. Make our school zones safe. You have kindergartners who have no street awareness until it's 12 or 11, or 12 or 13. And the head of safety, Ignacio, can tell you that. She can give you all the details. So that's my one. It's a quick win. Otherwise, who's going to speak at the first funeral that is in your tenureship? Because there's one per annum. We're already a quarter way of the year. We're overdue, like a bad library book. And that's a horrible approach. So please protect all the kids who've come here tonight, all the pets that they have, and everyone else in the town. and our visitors, too. Visitors have been struck, including 2 reporters. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you for actively listening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Patrick Rossetto, and I'm a resident of 95 Upper Mountain. 3 weeks ago on Wednesday evening, October 9th, I was sitting in bed at 7:20 p.m. as I had just returned from a wedding in Europe and was jet-lagged. I heard a screech and a crash, and my partner came into our room and told me to look out the window. In our side yard, there was a car crashed into our fence and a tree, headlights glaring at me. We do not live on a side street. You see, a car had been speeding, lost control of their car, drove diagonally across our neighbor's sidewalk, through their hedges, across their lawn, knocked over a historical piece of stonework, launched off a small 2-foot retaining wall, flying about 40 feet through the air, landing on their lawn and only stopping when it hit the tree in our fence. The police arrived, and the driver claimed that she was not speeding, but her heel got stuck in the accelerator. I have never worn heels, but many of my female friends tell me this is very improbable. When we told the police officer how upset we were, he said, "Well, these things happen, it's just an accident." I'm not trying to point out anyone, as you said, Mayor Baskerville, but when will this attitude which pervades the public servants of Montclair stop? These things don't just happen. They are a result of poorly designed streets, which features zero traffic calming. They are a result of a car-brained traffic engineering mindset that pervades the civil engineering profession. They are a result of continued inaction from the town council in refusing to pass the complete Safe Streets ordinance, and also refusing to listen to a petition signed by hundreds of residents over a year ago asking for more stop signs on Upper Mountain. My husband and I moved to Montclair because this is an exceptional town full of exceptional people. Why can't we show this exceptionalism with regards to our town government? I first raised this issue about the street redesign of Upper Montclair in 2022. It's almost 2025. We live 12 miles from New York City and 10 miles from Hoboken, 2 cities that are worldwide examples of Vision Zero traffic calming and daylighting. Even Glen Ridge right next door has examples. We don't need a committee report, we need action from all of you. When my partner emailed one of you up on the dais about the incident and asked why no stop signs or daylight examples had happened in our ward but had in the first ward, he was told that a resident in the first ward had been hit by a car and died last year, so that was spurring changes there. Must we wait for another death for more changes? The irony is most Wednesdays I get home from work at 7:15 and at 7:20 I'm walking our dog Hamlet right at the location where the driver ran across the sidewalk. The morbid truth, it seems, is while the fact is I wasn't there and didn't die should be a blessing, instead, it appears that it just means this will be another traffic incident that is waved off by the town council and bureaucracy as something that just happens, waiting for the next accident to happen and praying that we continue to be so lucky. I encourage you to all start taking immediate action to make Upper Mountain and all of Montclair safe. Let's honor the memory of that woman. Her name was Vivian, who was killed in the first ward, by making the streets safe in all 4 wards immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Very festive. Hello, Council. How are you doing this evening? My name is Rostafa, actor, singer, songwriter, musician. Many of you have known me. Some of you may not. So just to re-explain why I'm here. I am doing a event for Tony's Kitchen called The Last Waltz, which is basically a rock concert that was taking place back in 1976 that is taking place literally November 16th of this year. Last year we did it at Porta and was very successful to the point where we sold it out 8 days prior to the event and almost broke fire code. Thank God we did not. We are 43% capacity of selling tickets currently, and it is still rising. However, and I'm saying this only because I care, this is a event that's more than just another rock concert or just another way just to celebrate life. This is also about people with mental health as well as issues of not being financially complacent or not financially suitable in order to get food, clothing, and other resources such as jobs. Tony Kitchens provides that. I am just an event organizer. I'm just somebody who sees this every day as you see it every day, where we have an increase in both mental health and homelessness. Now, I know this is not just in the downtown area. This is all parts of Montclair. You even see this in Upper Montclair. This is something that is not a joke. The reason why I'm a little bit in rare form today is because I constantly have been bombarded by commentary by people that I know in the community that is going, what has happened, why is this happening, and what is the cause, and why is there no communication? This event that we are doing is a time to communicate. Yes, musically, but also culturally and socially. And also, judging by the tension and everything that's happening in this room, I don't want that happening to the people that are behind me. Young, old, or indifferent, rich, poor, black, white, you get it. I'm asking the council that if there can be any way to promote the event, and no, this is not a biased nature because there's a lot of events that do fundraisers. This one in particular is special because nobody in the United States, based upon my research, has ever done an event with 75 plus musicians doing this one event, especially for charity. I'm asking that the council in any way, shape, or form can promote the event, whether it be by social media, whether it be on their website, and also to team with Tony's Kitchen, and even just as so, if any representatives can be represented on the dais to give any kind of commentary of why this event is important, why we should be helping Tony's Kitchen even further, and why we should be helping our men, women, and children of this community. If you have any questions, please contact me, lastwaltzshow@gmail.com. You all have my email. I've sent it out plenty of times. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
Used to the microphone. Hi, my name is Meg St. Pierre, and I am a proud parent of Montclair baseball and softball players. I was witness to the controversy surrounding the completion of the new turf baseball field at the high school. I attended Board of Education meetings, town council meetings, and even the court session in Newark. So I was not surprised to hear that a faction of residents were continuing to raise concerns about and challenges to the use of turf playing fields in Montclair. However, I was shocked to hear that a council member chose to both introduce a resolution and call for a vote all in the same session on something that could potentially have far-reaching impacts on thousands of Montclair children. In my opinion, it is critical that the council have a procedure in place to introduce a topic and then to provide time for reflection and research on that topic before voting. This is to ensure that decisions are well thought out and that the council is not making emotional or reactionary decisions, nor political or personally agendized decisions, nor mistaking the visibility of a small, very vocal group to be the views of the broader Montclair population in general. After all, residents that are happy with the status quo or are not even aware that a particular topic is being challenged are not going to be pounding down your doors for an audience. I applaud those council members that kept this check in place as regards the proposed moratorium on turf and thus maintained the integrity of the council. And we are here tonight to represent that previously quiet majority. We do not disagree that the environmental and health impacts of turf and proposed alternatives should be studied and considered. However, proposing a moratorium now risks introducing a whole host of other challenges for thousands of Montclair children, all of which carry their own health implications. So we ask that you include in your analysis a number of different factors. First, the conclusiveness or inconclusiveness of the environmental and health claims presented against turf. Two, the relative impact of turf specifically versus the impacts of other potential hazards in the town. Are there other areas of more pressing concern or of easier resolution? And most importantly, the practicality of the moratorium. How many children will be impacted if they cannot play sports or are forced to play on unsafe, unmaintained grass fields? What are the health and wellness impacts of that? How many grass fields would be required to support the volume of playing time on a single turf field? What are the financial and environmental impacts of that? Do we even have the space or the funds or the commitment to maintenance for the alternative solution? We ask that you talk directly with those that will be impacted by these decisions and work collaboratively to find a solution, rather than passing a moratorium that could have immediately negative consequences with no proposed solution or time frame. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Karina Spagnoletti, and I have been playing soccer in Montclair for 5 years. Being part of a team has been an incredible experience. I made many lasting friendships and built my confidence. I've experienced both turf and grass fields, but our grass fields are not well maintained. Unfortunately, grass fields at Brookdale Park are in poor condition. There are too many holes and dirt patches, making it unsafe to play. I've seen many people twist and hurt their ankles trying to play on it. After heavy rain, the fields become muddy swamps, forcing us to cancel games and practices. I think that grass fields also have much greater danger than turf. For example, I was playing at a game on Montclair United, my soccer team, for a tournament on a grass field, and I almost fell on my face because there was a giant hole that I didn't see in the grass on the ground. I can't tolerate grass fields that aren't maintained properly. In almost every game on grass, someone gets caught in it or trips from it being uneven. Therefore, we should keep the number of turf fields and fix the grass fields we have. If I could pick one thing to be my birthday wish, it would be to keep the turf fields as is. It's hard to understand why the moratorium on our turf fields is necessary while a study is done. Why not continue to improve our playing fields during that time? After the study, the town should put together a plan that offers us more access and better fields. This should be a top priority for Montclair. We truly deserve better. In conclusion, we want a safe playing field, period. We respectively urge the council to reconsider banning turf fields, as this will limit access for all kids participating in various sports in Montclair. We ask the town to ensure we have more access to better fields, not less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Kaylee St. Pierre. I'm a 7th grader at MK and I play soccer for Montclair United MK. We are here tonight to oppose the resolution Council Toller introduced to place a moratorium on turf fields in Montclair. I have been playing soccer in Montclair since I was 4 years old. It has been so great being a part of a team. I have made lots of friends and it's helped to build my confidence, and it's so fun to play. I have played on both turf fields and grass fields, and I like both when the grass fields are good grass fields. The grass fields we play on in Montclair at Brookdale Park are terrible. There are so many holes and dirt patches. It is dangerous to play. We have had many teammates and opponents twist knees or ankles playing on our grass fields. Also, when there are bad rainstorms, the grass fields get too muddy to play on, so we have to cancel our games or practices. We don't understand why you have to put a moratorium on the turf fields while you conduct a study. You can't conduct a study and still move forward with the maintaining or improving of our playing fields? Once the study has been completed, we think that we should then come up with a plan based on that study that would provide more access to better fields for us to play on. This should be a priority for the town of Montclair. We deserve better. In conclusion, we want safe fields to play on, period. We respectfully ask the council to not ban turf fields, as it will impact access for all kids across many sports in Montclair. We ask that the town provide us with more access to better fields and not less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, I just want to make sure that everyone sitting here, you're all aware that we're not discussing this and that it's not on the agenda. And after further consideration of the council, most of us are in agreement that we need to have more opportunities for public comment. It is important. We want to hear from you, but I want to make sure that and you're welcome to keep coming and speaking. We'll listen to you, but I just want to make sure that you're not here thinking that we're going to take action on this evening. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Councilors. My name is Carla Osborne. I'm an 11th grader at Montclair High School. I play soccer, and I'm speaking here on behalf of the Montclair Girls Soccer Program. We're here tonight to oppose the resolution Councilor Toller introduced to place a moratorium on turf fields in Montclair. Playing soccer for Montclair High School has been the highlight of my high school years so far. There's nothing better than stepping onto Fortunato Field on a brisk fall afternoon after a long day of school. I have met some of my best friends for life playing on this team, and Fortunato has become a safe space for me to escape from the outside world. Fortunato has been the home of some of my most memorable moments, including beating crosstown rivals MKA my freshman year and again this year in the quarterfinals of the county tournament, cheering on the boys team when they play Seton Hall Prep, and preseason summer practices as the sun sets. There are many reasons as to why Montclair grass fields are dangerous and inconvenient, but I'll just name a few. To start, they are never properly maintained and are full of ditches. For example, my team practiced at Northeast a few times last year, and every single time I took a step, I had to be mindful of the holes in the ground around me. I have severe ankle problems, and one misstep while playing on fields like Northeast could lead to a serious season-ending injury. Additionally, grass fields would cause even more games and practices to be canceled. Turf fields allow games to be played while it's drizzling and even while it's pouring. Anytime it rains, grass fields become absolutely flooded and leave wet mud for days. This is extremely unreliable and would cause multiple stoppages in a team season. Lastly, there are not enough fields in Montclair. As our population continues to grow, so does the demand for accessible recreational spaces. Right now, the local soccer club, Montclair United, struggles to find a place for every team to practice. My 11-year-old sister has practice at 8 p.m. some nights, meaning she doesn't get home till around 9:30. By limiting turf fields, it will become increasingly difficult for clubs and high school teams to find a reasonable time and place to practice. I urge you to consider the importance of preserving our turf fields, not just for our safety and enjoyment, but to ensure that future generations of Montclair athletes can share in the joy, friendships, and unforgettable moments that come from playing the sport we love. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everybody. And just to reiterate one of the public comments there, that I don't think it was expected last time that this subject was going to be raised, and that's why there's a presence here today. And I appreciate everybody being here, as nobody wants to be sideswiped by something and not know it's coming. My name's Ashley Hammond. I've had the honor and privilege for the past 7 years of serving as the Montclair High School head girls soccer coach. Previously to that, I had the honor and the privilege to serve as the Montclair Kimberly Academy boys head soccer coach. My career spans 40 years in this town, which arguably makes me the most well-versed person to speak on this subject, as I've experienced both grass and turf fields in this town on numerous occasions. I also experienced and worked with Joe DiVincenzo at the very onset of the turfing of the field at Brookdale Park. I helped to have that happen and was there at the groundbreaking at Brookdale Park when that did occur. I have 5 children, four of whom went through the public high school system, and 1 went through MKA. And my second to last year at MKA was when I was at the crossover of the grass to the turf field there. When I told my 5 children that there was a proposal to place a moratorium on turf fields, they laughed because they all have PTSD from the grass fields and the turf field debacles that we've had in this town over the years. And I told them that I was going to speak here tonight, and they said that's a good thing. Everyone loves Montclair for a different reason. The diversity of the school, the system, the 85-plus restaurants, the proximity to New York, and so many other things. I'm very lucky. I love Montclair for a different reason. I love Montclair, as our good friend said earlier, because of the people. I generally experience people that are the very best in this town because of the compassion and the willingness to do good and well by a population that is grossly, grossly underserved, and that is the disability population. This town does tremendous work, both our parents, our coaches, our players, with an inordinate number of disability programs. And effectively, by having a moratorium or not having turf fields, you cut out 26% of the population that does not have a voice. Grass fields will, after year 1, be cut off from every other group except the varsity athletes in school, and they deserve that field, but so do the 26% that they all help. Ron Anello, the Board of Ed, the coaches, the players do an incredible job supporting the disability population in this town. I do too. I work with the amputee team. The TOPS program in town is great. I'm the CEO of the World Governing Body for Athletes with Cerebral Palsy, Stroke, and Brain Trauma. And we all use these fields. We will be done. We will be gone from town. So I know you're on the precipice of something. I would appreciate it if you think wisely. I do appreciate that a number of you reached out to me to discuss this. I'm always available, and I appreciate your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Cece Cower, and I'm a junior at Montclair High School and a member of the Montclair field hockey team. I am proud to have recently traveled to the Netherlands to represent my country as a member of the junior national field hockey team and competed at the National Club Championships in July. Earning the chance to play on the national and international stages was difficult and never would have been possible without the hours of work put in at Watchung Field. For as long as I can remember, Watchung Field has been my second home, the place where I push my limits and work to become the best player that I can be. It is the time that I've spent on Watchung that gives me the confidence to pursue my Olympic dreams, because I know that the work I've put in will translate when I finally hit the big stage. However, if this field were grass, I know that the same would not be true. All international and Division I field hockey games are played on artificial turf, a vastly different surface from grass. I'm sure that if my individual preparations had to be done on grass, I would never be able to keep up on a faster and more sophisticated field. Watchung Field is also the home of MHS Field Hockey. We are currently the number 14 team in the state and are hoping to garner another state title in November. As the number 1 seed in the state tournament, all of our state games will be played at Watchung. But if this field were grass, the opposite would be true. Per the J.S.A, the athletic governing body of New Jersey, all state field hockey games must be held on artificial turf. This would mean hours more bus rides and many more losses for a team expected to have peak performance when traveling to play on a foreign surface. I hope that when you make your decision about whether or not to place a moratorium on turf fields, you consider all the young athletes who rely on Watchung Field to help them reach their dreams, and the hundreds of field hockey players whose future hangs in the balance of this choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, councilpersons. My name is Christina Ray. I am a 17-year resident of Montclair and a proud mother of 4 athletes and students of Montclair Public Schools. I'm also the president of Montclair Youth Field Hockey, which is a recreational field hockey group. And we are very proud to grow the game with over 150 players and new families every year, and we feed into the high school field hockey system. We are opposed to any moratorium. The fields today are 100% utilized. I will talk about the one moment where I have encountered field challenges when the turf was re-turfed at Watchung. When that happened, we went to Cedar Grove. There is a pecking order for these fields, and so we were practicing 6th graders at 10 o'clock at night in Cedar Grove under the lights. That was very difficult. Parents were upset, players were upset, I was upset. We can't continue that way. So we must think about the fact that our fields are fully utilized. GW is the first field that probably needs to be returfed, and it may need to be returfed in under 3 years. So I hope we think about that. Every season I spend much time with Garland Thornton and Ethan Turner and the rec group that does a very good job trying to fully utilize the fields after the varsity teams have used them. And we can never squeeze everybody in. And that is before we're considering any moratorium. GW is a turf field. It needs to stay a turf field. We love playing Glen Ridge on that field, and they too need to play field hockey. So it is a series of dominoes that will fall if we continue to consider that we have to sit and wait and see if these fields are appropriate or not. So I encourage us to really think long and hard about how important it is that kids have access to sports, specifically field hockey, which, as Cece Cowart pointed out, is not played on grass anywhere in the world at the collegiate, Olympic, or professional level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Number 12.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am kind of new to speaking on this topic, but it's something I'm very passionate about, the Montclair Bike Bus, and advocating for safety on our streets. I lost my brother earlier this year to he was a pedestrian in an accident, and it's something I care dearly about. Our streets need to be safer. I walk my 6-year-old and my 4-year-old about a mile to school. We regularly ride our bikes, and it's just not safe. There's a terrifying intersection right on Elm Street and Orange Road where I have seen multiple other students crossing there with cars, huge pickup truck stalking within a foot. There's no crossing guard, there's no lights, there's no nothing there. It's a blind turn. That's just one example of many that's on our walk there. So I'm just here to strongly ask for passing the Complete and Green Streets Initiative and implementing that and doing more to make our roadways safer and to make it's safer for our kids to bike around. Kids are, especially as they grow up, there's a lot of kids here for the soccer team that can't get around by car, and so we need to make our streets safer for all of us in Montclair. And I would suggest even starting by formalizing bike routes that the bike bus uses currently. Those are routes that we already know are bike friendly, and we can build off of that. But we need to do more. I'm still learning about all the points in this, but I'm just passionate about this issue, and I just would urge that this be of the utmost importance to the council. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Corpage. I live at 58 Tuxedo Road. I'm also president of Montclair Climate Action. I'm here to ask the council to adopt the complete and green streets policy that's been proposed by the Vision Zero Task Force. First of all, big picture, and I'll wear my climate change hat. We all know there's a climate crisis. To pick just the latest scary headline, scientists are increasingly worried that global warming will shut down the Gulf Stream, with catastrophic consequences for the world, including rapid sea level rise on the Jersey Shore, a deep freeze in Europe that would destroy agriculture there, and dramatic changes to the rainfall patterns in Amazon and in Africa. So we really want to avoid that. It turns out that one of the best things a town like Montclair can do to cut emissions of heat-trapping gases and clean up the air is to promote biking and walking, perhaps the best thing they can do. Getting people out of their cars promotes sustainability, not to mention lots of other valuable things like public health, social trust, social equity. I think of all the people around town. There is quite more than you would think who can't afford cars and would benefit from having a system that's not just oriented around cars. The Complete and Green Streets policy would help with that by making it easier and safer to bike and walk around town. I can also speak as someone who bikes around town almost every day. I wear my little prop here. I bike to work, I bike to church, I bike on errands, and first I'll say I see a lot of people of all ages biking around more than ever in the past year. There are a lot of people who bike now and more people who would bike if streets were safer, and the Complete and Green Streets policy would help all these people by frankly making it less dangerous to bike and walk around town. As citizens, we're asking for help from our government. I bike to work here in town, and frankly there are some parts of my trip which are a little hairy. I do it because I enjoy it. Most of the trip anyway, maybe not the ride up Claremont Avenue. And because I'm committed to living sustainably, but I'd feel safer if we had the right infrastructure. I've seen near accidents on my rides to work. I've almost had cars turn into me. And of course, I don't have to tell you that we've had, because we've heard from other speakers, about the bad and sometimes fatal accidents in this town. Bikers and walkers deserve safe streets. We're not asking for car-free streets. We're just asking for streets that aren't designed exclusively around the needs of cars and would serve all people getting around in this town, including, as I said, those who can't necessarily afford cars. The policies the township has adopted up to now haven't gotten the job done. We need the Complete and Green Streets policy in order to get serious about this. For sustainability, for safety, for a healthy community, please get it on your agenda and pass it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Councilors. My name is Ryan Milano, and I'm an 8th grader at Glenfield Middle School. I play baseball. I'm here tonight to oppose the resolution that was introduced to place a moratorium on turf fields in Montclair. Returning to grass fields is a bad idea because of how dangerous it can be. They are difficult and costly to maintain, and you can not often play on some fields because of bad weather. Some grass fields can be dangerous for baseball because of the way the ball bounces on the ground. Sometimes when I'm fielding a ground ball on grass, the ball bounces suddenly and hits me somewhere in my body, which can cause an injury. In addition, grass fields can be difficult to maintain. Sometimes when I show up to a game or practice, we have to rake the field and things like that so that it is playable. The problem with grass fields is that since I've been playing on fields, they have not been maintained very well. Finally, weather can affect grass fields way more than turf fields. Sometimes it's taken more than 2 days for a field to dry out. I have had games and practices canceled because of that. There is not a problem for that with turf fields. Please do not ban turf fields, and please understand that this will have an impact on our health and our ability to play. I'm sure if we all work together, we can do best for our athletes living in Montclair. Thank you, and have a nice night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Councilors. My name is Sam Dorian. I'm a senior at Montclair High School. I'm joined by another senior, Ben St. Pierre. He's been a longtime teammate. I'm here speaking on behalf of Montclair Baseball. Tonight, my fellow teammates and I are here to oppose the resolution introduced to place a moratorium on the installation of turf fields as well as repairs in Montclair. Standing here tonight speaking on behalf of Montclair Baseball means a lot to me. Throughout my childhood, I've had the joy of experiencing this great community this town has built around my first love, baseball. From T-ball in Edgemont Park to a state final, this town and this baseball community have given me a truly special experience in which words cannot express my gratitude. With that being said, it is my understanding that you all are faced with a proposal to not install or repair turf fields for the next 3 years. With our limited field space in Montclair, turf fields are essential for us for allowing us to play consistently and safely year-round. Many researchers have supported claims in favor of turf fields for the safety of high school athletes. Like those of the American Journal of Sports Medicine, who found that artificial turf, due to its even and controlled surface, lowers injury rates compared to natural grass, where variable conditions due to weather or lack of maintenance increase risks. If the moratorium on installations and repairs to turf fields forced us to return to a natural grass playing surface, it would limit our playing time and also greatly increase the risk of injury. Montclair's grass fields are often uneven, full of ditches, and poorly maintained, making them unsafe and unreliable. Additionally, grass fields are highly dependent on weather conditions, which means more practices and games can get canceled due to rain or muddy conditions. All in all, after tonight, with the support shown in favor of turf fields, I hope you all will understand the positive impact turf fields have and will have on the health and development of my fellow teammates and the young children that will follow us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Councilors. My name is Benjamin St. Pierre. I'm a senior at Montclair High, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the baseball team. We're here tonight to oppose the resolution that Councilor Toller introduced to place a moratorium on turf fields in Montclair. In particular, the resolution proposes a pause on the replacement of turf fields over the next 3 years. This language is unclear as to how that applies to repairs to existing turf fields. If, for example, an existing turf field gets damaged and portions of that turf need to be replaced, it appears that this moratorium would apply and therefore making the entire field unplayable. This has huge implications for the high school baseball team and on countless other teams and sports facilities. In fact, it seems to have the potential to shut down sports townwide. I couldn't imagine not being able to play baseball. It has improved my physical health tremendously throughout these years and has opened up an entire new social chapter in my life. And I've played on both turf and grass, and I believe that I speak for the team when I say that my playing experience on grass has been awful. Grass fields are very dangerous in many ways when it comes to playing. The possibility of getting hurt on grass fields is far higher than on turf fields. Returning to grass fields is a bad idea. Montclair grass fields are dangerous because they are never maintained and are full of ditches. There aren't enough fields in Montclair, and grass fields cause even more practices and games to be canceled due to weather. We are here tonight to ask that you do not pass the resolution placing a moratorium on the installation or replacement of turf fields in Montclair. The effect this would have on our ability to play, and therefore on the physical and emotional health of not just our team, but all of the teams in Montclair, is too high a cost to impose, while the council spends time studying and considering something that countless other studies have already deemed inconclusive. Council, please do not ban the creation and replacement of turf fields, as it will affect the Montclair community very greatly. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name's Dave Cross and I live on Prospect Avenue. I've been a Montclair resident for 11 years and I'm a parent of 2 boys, aged 12 and 10, who between them play on 5 youth sports teams in town. My wife Helen has lived in town all her life. I'm also on the Montclair United board and have watched literally hundreds of games, mostly soccer and baseball, in the past 7 years, played on all types of surfaces across New Jersey and beyond. I understand that the debate about turf is a complex one and don't profess to have any unique expert knowledge about the science. However, I do know a few things about youth sports and the day-to-day situation in our town that I'd like to impress on you tonight. Thousands of Montclair kids play outdoor youth sports every single day, whether it be at school or as part of one of our amazing non-profit volunteer youth sports organizations like Montclair United. For soccer alone, conservatively speaking, close to 1,500 kids at all skill levels and resources are outside each week taking part in healthy pursuits and learning about teamwork, leadership, commitment, and how to win or lose with grace. These are fundamentally important things for our kids' physical and mental well-being. I would invite you to swing by Brookdale or Glenfield or Watchung on any given afternoon, evening or weekend during soccer, football, lacrosse, hockey or baseball season to witness scores of kids with their families participating in wholesome fun. It's a great scene, but if you look closer and you will see that the turf fields are packed, in fact beyond capacity, because they are the ones that are reliable, usable and frankly better to play on, as you've heard tonight. The reality is that this well-resourced town of 40,000 residents only has a handful of usable turf fields, simply not enough to meet the demand that we have. The issue is that the grass fields are less usable than turf fields because of poor maintenance, weather and safety concerns. Turf fields are simply more durable, versatile and reliable than grass fields and are a staple of youth sports the world over. Through travel sports, I visit town after town in New Jersey, and almost all of them are better served with usable, safe facilities than we are, despite our size and the level of interest in sports that so many of our kids have. With the proposed moratorium and potentially a ban on turf fields, we start to place restrictions on the careful allocation of space to turf fields and the continued upkeep of our existing small inventory of turf fields. We're in real danger of severely limiting youth sports participation. I don't think that anyone is asking for an unfettered approach, but we are asking for continued and expanded access to a reasonable number of fields that is commensurate with the demand in our town. Put simply, organisations like Montclair United will for sure have to cut our programmes significantly if we lose access to turf fields, either because they fall into disrepair during a moratorium, or worse still, we are unable to explore thoughtful and safe development of fields as opportunities arise. Take, for example, Hillside, where I believe an opportunity was recently missed to create a durable, high-volume field, and it will now, through overuse, the maintenance will have limited utility for youth sports. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Number 18.
Please, if you're the person that is next, can you be in the ready position so that we don't have to wait? It'll just be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Sorry for that. Yeah.
We're doing well, though. We're doing good.
I'm Corentin. Good evening, Town Hall and Council people. I'm Corentin Chevalier, living on 41 Melrose Place, and I'm here to speak about the bike bus. Just recounting the day of 27 September, Sam Balto, who is one of the leading figures in the US of the bike bus, came here to ride with us because he saw this movement here building up. He saw hundreds of kids riding with us and he just wanted to be part of it. This was wonderful. I think we had hundreds of kids and parents on the streets on that day. The day was bright, there was music, and we're all going to school, preparing for a day of lessons. Then on the second day, the day after, I was on the bike again. It was a Saturday. We bike bus on Fridays. So Saturdays, I think so many kids go on activities. Like, there's no bike on the streets. There's no bike. I was alone. I had my daughter behind. And I'd like to tell you was there's nobody. I think some people spoke to this again. Biking in this city can be terrifying and lethal. You have, in 2 years I've been in Montclair, I've seen some cars flipped on the roof at the four-stop crossing, sorry. I've seen cars screeching tires in front of my house. I live on Harrison at the corner with Belrose. Screeching tires for 70 feet, 80 feet. You know, you had black marks on the thing. That car finished deep inside the corner, across the pedestrian way. I've seen as well, I see daily, I don't know, I think Harrison is 25 mph limitation street. I think there's 10% of the cars that respect that limit. I think the cars, and I think Scott was saying that before, range behind somewhere between 35, 70, sometimes 80, I don't know. But my personal experience biking is that one day, a little bit after Sam Balto came here, I was passed by a car probably above 50 mph. I don't even know. I'm on my bike, you know, biking, and this guy passes too close, really too fast. He could have killed me. And a couple, you know, dozens of seconds later, another one, slightly slower, but too close, like 3 feet maximum, probably 40, 50 again. And I was able to catch up because there was a red light. I confronted the guy. I said, you know, it's dangerous what you did. The law says you should leave clearance of 5 feet so that I can ride safely. I said, did I touch you? So the guy was completely in his car, me, my steel, my speed, my metric ton, I didn't touch you, you can go to hell. So I don't think this is what we want for our town. This is a town, this is for the community. I think we should commit all together, and this council should commit in protecting the vulnerable. So, and I'd like to say also we are very positively looking at this council. I think you guys are willing to listen to us. I acknowledge we tried to meet and we didn't, but we'll do it. So we are sensitive to that. We see demo projects. There are a couple on the northern part of town, but I think we need to go faster. We've also passed some speed limit last year, but the speed limits work to a certain point. If someone, that's just 3 minutes. So complete and green safe streets, I think this will save lives. And more demos, if possible, in equity, north and south.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. We appreciate you for coming. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Nigel Furlong. I'm the head of school at Montclair Kimberly Academy. I live on Lloyd Road. As you've heard, there are a number of us here just to voice our concerns that we've experienced connected to the proposed resolution. Just want to make a few points and echo what you've heard tonight. To be clear, I've heard that this resolution might not apply or doesn't apply to MKA. I want to note that as a longtime educator, 30 years now, regardless of whether this actually applies to MKA or not, my concern, our concern, is really for all school-age children in Montclair who are connected to the ecosystem of fields and turf fields in particular. We want to ensure that they all have the same kind of access to fields. I think that's really important. So clearly we're here to support all school-age children and the programs that serve them. So for us, this is also about equity and access. Before you hear from my colleagues, I also want to note that in the discourse I've heard, say, well, this is not really a ban, this is an opportunity to study further. And I understand that and I appreciate that. But it's effectively a ban for those of us who have turf fields that would need a replacement within a year or 2 years or this 3-year moratorium. So I think how we move forward also has to be mindful of that reality. Because if we can't replace our fields and have them continue to be safe, that presents a problem for us and it presents a problem for everyone else in this community that's using the fields in the way we do. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the time tonight. I'm not sure that anything I say will be more riveting or compelling than what our students tonight have said. And as an MKA administrator and parent, it's really good to be on your team tonight instead of against you. My name is Dave Flacco. I'm the head of the upper school at MKA, and I've been at MKA for 30 years. So while I don't have the seniority of Mr. Hammond, who has 40 years in this town, I certainly have seen turf fields, the advent of turf fields, certainly at our school. It's important for you also to know that I have 4 children who all played youth sports in Montclair: football, baseball, field hockey, soccer, lacrosse, on both turf and grass facilities. And in every situation, experience on turf was more pleasurable and better for my kids than those played on grass or mud or the holes or the divots that might have existed at that time. We've had our fair share of rolled ankles and rain-out games and injuries because of the field conditions that did not exist as a result of a turf facility. Fields had to be resodded every year at MKA prior to us putting in our turf facility. That impacted access because those fields could never hold up with a wet summer or fall or a late winter, early spring. These fields were deemed dangerous and unplayable far too many times. And at times we were forced to play games just like my kids that grew up in Montclair, to play away from home when field conditions would not allow us to play in our home fields. The challenge, obviously, of maintaining grass facilities and the heavy use by a full roster of middle school and upper school students is something that would certainly be a problem for us and for all of our fields in Montclair. What we can do now that we couldn't do before, we can play safer and we can play more continuously. And we can play without interruption. And I think you've heard tonight from the students who've spoken so eloquently that that is a really compelling factor for our students and for anybody who enjoys youth sports. And we all know the value and the importance of youth sports. So I'll yield the rest of my time to Dr. Bell. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Carlena Bell. I am the head of the middle school at Montclair Kinley Academy. My middle school has 385 children, grades 4 through 8. I've worked at MKA for 22 years, and I now am a resident of Montclair. In 2022, we replaced our grass fields with turf because the use of the fields was completely dependent upon weather. If it rained, the fields would be unusable and unsafe for 2 to 5 days due to flooding and mud. We use our fields for recess, physical education classes, and all of the middle school fall and spring athletic teams, in addition to our upper school baseball and softball teams. In the past, before we turfed our field, the athletic seasons were negatively impacted by canceled practices and games due to the rain, and the students were not permitted to go outdoors for recess. 40 to 50% of our games and practices were canceled, even though we invested the necessary money to maintain them. With turf fields, students can go outside and use the fields within 1 hour after it rains. Our schedule appropriately includes 2 recesses each day to allow children free, unstructured playtime outdoors. We know through research that play is crucial to the social-emotional development of our children of this age. Play is a direct source of children's happiness. It promotes well-being at a time when we are currently experiencing an upward trend in anxiety and depression amongst our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, please, I'd like to see if there's anyone here, please, that is not here to talk about the turf. Please come down. As I mentioned at the start of the public comment, we were going to limit this to 1 hour. Is there anyone here that is not here to speak about the turf because we've reached our 1 hour time period, and I'd like to close out the comment. Everyone will have an opportunity to be heard. As I mentioned at the start of the public comment, we are going to have several opportunities. We will be hosting opportunities for public comment. You can email us if you need to say something right away. I'm going to just extend this for maybe 5 minutes, so anybody else that's not going to talk about the turf, please come down. And all of you all over there are for not turf issues. How many is over there? I don't know how to do this. Okay.
Can we talk a little more, though?
All right.
It's not we all came here to talk.
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out now if we're even going to go through the next 20 people that are here, because we agreed as a council that we were going to limit the public comment for as much as we could. And so it's up to you guys if you guys want to go ahead and give them. You want to go ahead? Okay, we're going to go ahead, and is everybody getting 3 minutes still? Okay. So they said it's okay, we're going to go ahead. And just so you guys will know, I take my directives here. There's 7 members sitting here, and they beat me down when I talk back to you guys, and they beat me down when I go over, because time is fine. So I apologize to you, please. The other guests that were here that want to come on down and talk about turf, you come on and get your spot back. Thank you. I'm sorry. If they beat me down, I'm going to come find you guys. Go ahead. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me, Town Council members and Mayor. I'm here to reiterate a previously mentioned issue on overnight street parking permits for Woodland Ave and also for Maple Ave. My name is Mimi Breves. I'm a new resident of Montclair. I've only been here about a year and a half, and I really like living here. But recently, it's come to my attention that parking, I'm being charged $5 a night, and that is incredibly expensive compared to other streets where you're able to get a monthly parking permit for way less. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of reason of why Woodland Ave is being excluded from monthly parking permits. And I know that these issues are going to be brought up. I know these issues are going to be discussed. That's been mentioned in previous meetings. I'm asking for some urgency, because every day that we're not able to get a monthly parking permit, those are 2 streets that are being completely charged. Every person is being charged $5 who parks on the street, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but over time it really adds up. It's been a couple months now, and it adds up. Like, I'm a young woman, I'm trying to budget and make my way in this world, and that's money that I could really use. And so so thank you for hearing me out, and I would really appreciate some urgency on discussing the parking issues.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hey. I'm sorry, everybody.
Hello.
I'm having an issue with the Township of Montclair, in particular Bruce Morgan. My fiance passed in April. I've been dealing with trying to get...
Excuse me, just one moment, please. If this is about a specific individual here, okay, it's not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you weren't going to speak to us about a specific individual here.
Nah.
So, okay, go right ahead.
Basically, as of right now, me and my family are homeless due to someone trying to handle paperwork that never got done since April. So as of right now, like, me and my family have no home, and that's priority to me. We've been in Montclair 4 years, and I'm trying to keep it continuous. But without the support of Montclair, I can't do nothing. And now I'm forced out of my home due to one of your colleagues. I don't know how this is gonna help, but like, I'm here. I've been at work all day. My kid has been at school all day, and I'm still here. This is very important to me. So I haven't even fed my kid dinner, either myself. Probably many of you as y'all, not trying to put me and my family above anyone, but I don't know if this speaks for itself, but this is something that I need help with urgently from everyone that's on the board. However you can help, whatever you can do. But please, I have emailed yourself. I have emailed Ms. Tola as well. I don't know if I need to reach out to anyone else, but as of right now, this is why I came immediately, so that I could try to get home and tend to mine. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next guest.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, Mayor and Town Councilors. My name is Tracy Shireman. I live at 175 Cooper Avenue and have been a resident of Montclair for 9 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and appreciate your time and dedication to the community. I know you invest a lot of time and effort and energy into who we are as a community. I'm here to share my perspective on affordable housing initiatives currently under discussion. An affordable housing incentive is being discussed with faith-based organizations. I'm concerned that the council is on track to hand additional benefits to already tax-exempt entities at the expense of regular tax-paying property owners in town. Churches and other faith-based organizations would be collecting rents without paying any of the additional expenses resulting from the additional demand on our town services. Regular taxpayers should not have to be asked to subsidize churches even more than they already are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello. So nice to see your beautiful shining faces. Thanks for putting up with us tonight. I wanted to start by saying I am a sports person. I come from a sports family. My dad's a football coach. I was a stat girl. I was on the softball team. My kid's in sports. And I think it's so cool that all these kids came out tonight to talk. But what I really want to talk to, I'm so happy to look at your faces, but I really want to talk to the people behind me and just call out the fact that people in our community raised a concern that puts our children's life and our environment at stake. And instead of hearing what they want to say, I am being bombarded with emails from coaches like portraying environmentalists and concerned parents as the enemy. And I find that so disheartening, and I find it really aggravating too. I feel like there's so much misinformation about the moratorium and what people are asking for. For one thing, and I'm talking to you guys who I like a lot. For one thing, the moratorium says very clearly that we would maintain fields as we do more research. And I just want to say too, like, in history, the nerds are right, guys. So if the nerds are saying, like, we got a problem, maybe we have a problem. Maybe we should be patient and do what's best for our children. I think we are such a loving community. We are freaking smart people and problem solvers. So can we just hear the problem, get together, and find the solution instead of portraying me as like a weird climate person? I don't even care that much, but give me a break here. Also, and this is important too, the thing that I can't sleep at night about is that we are installing tons, like thousands of tons of plastic into the earth. And then when we're done with it in 8 years, we're shipping it to other communities to deal with. What about those families? What about those communities? What about those children and the cancer that we're sending to them? What are the results? What's the impact? Without taking a pause, it is worthless. So I don't like to get heated, but I'm a little bit heated and I'm annoyed, and I know we can do better. I also, from the little bit of research I've done, it looks like, yeah, we suck at maintaining natural fields right now. So let's do better. We have millions of dollars. We spend millions of dollars on installing new turf every 8 to 10 years. What if we got goats? I don't know, goats like grass. What if we got another grounds person? We're smart, we can do better. That is all. I like you all very much, and thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Keith Haskell, and I've been a Montclair resident for 6 years. And I believe that plastic turf is poison. It seems like not everyone understands how bad it is for our kids, for our land, and for our own well-being. So let me put it in terms that are easy to process. Plastic turf is so bad that it's like Puff Daddy. I swear to you, it is Puff Daddy bad. You see, both plastic turf and Sean Puffy combs, they seemed cool in the 90s, but now we know better. And the more that we learn, the less we want to go anywhere near them. Example number 1, synthetic turf contains forever chemicals that leach into our water when it rains and will never break down into the environment. P. Diddy was basically singing about them in his song Bad Boy for Life. It goes, if you don't remember, we ain't going nowhere, we ain't going nowhere, we can't be stopped now, because it's Bad Boy for Life. And turf, like Puff Daddy, is a bad boy for life. The only way it goes away is if there's enough evidence that comes forward about how it ruins lives. Well, the science is emerging. Synthetic turf sheds microplastics, which are inflammatory and now found in our blood, our brain, our lungs, our liver, our gut, and more. And this plastic waste has been around the world, and A 2023 study shows that artificial turf microplastics have been found in 50% of waterways tested in Spain and comprise 15% of the plastic found in their water. And there are side effects of ingesting these forever chemicals. One of them is obesity. Who is Puffy's best friend? Notorious B.I.G. Biggie. And who is one of the biggest rappers that Biggie discovered? Lil' Kim. Another side effect of forever chemicals? Low birth weight. Chemicals and side effects aside, a lot of you are saying that it's all about the Benjamins, that there's a high cost to maintaining a natural grass field. But I urge you to read the Santa Clara County Medical Association June 2024 report, which states that on a yearly average, natural fields can cost less than installing and replacing turf fields when they wear out every 8 to 10 years. And turf fields cannot be recycled. They just get sent to a landfill. Turf is made out of polyethylene, a product of big oil, just like the 1,000 bottles of baby oil that were found in Diddy's house when he got arrested. That's right, turf is just a big old batch of solidified Puff Daddy juice. Now, it seems like a lot of you guys love it, and if it got banned, you might look at it and think, I'll be missing you. But I ask you guys to trust the science and come with me. In 2016, I produced a TV show that Puff Daddy appeared on, and I thought that he was a legend. But after seeing the evidence, I changed my mind about him. And you can change your minds about synthetic turf. Because the more studies that emerge, the more that it seems like mo turf, mo problems. Please take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask yourselves, do you really want your kids playing with Puff Daddy? Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
26.
Next guest, please.
26. Hold on.
Next guest, please.
No, 26.
Hearing no one.
Back to the order. Go back to the order.
Hi, my name is Beth Pulaski. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and then I have something from Teray Weaver, who wasn't able to make it tonight. I have lived on Montclair Ave for the last 11 years. I'm the mother of 2 boys who are active participants in soccer, baseball, and flag football. I am also on the Montclair United board and help run our travel program, which constitutes over 500 travel players, in addition to over 1,000 rec players and hundreds of other skills-based and other community programs. My family's introduction to Montclair sports came 4 years ago, when my kids, who were in first grade and preschool at the time, had their worlds turned upside down because of COVID, as did the rest of us. While my kids couldn't go to school, one thing they could do was play outside, and I am grateful every day to the many beautiful outdoor spaces that Montclair has. I am even more grateful to our turf fields, Fortunato and Watchung, that are within walking distance from my house, that come rain, storm, and even snow, provided my kids, their friends, and our community with a safe and reliable surface to play on during COVID when grass fields weren't usable. And yes, I was one of those parents who during COVID shoveled the turf so my kids had a safe place to play. I will be emailing you guys a picture later. I want to underscore what I'm hearing tonight. The need for strong and safe infrastructure for our kids to play sports and to even to our bike to school and work. And shout out to the bike bus who have gotten my kids out to school every Friday morning. I'm asking that you not pass a moratorium on turf fields. As we know and have heard consistently this evening, we as a community need more access to safe and accessible fields, not less. And this is a message from Teray Weaver. I grew up in Montclair, attending Glenfield and Montclair High School. For the last 20 years, I have been coaching Montclair High School boys soccer program. I am also the coaching director for Montclair United Soccer Club, 2,000 players aged 8 to 14. You have heard both sides and hope that you have kept an open mind and ears to the reasons we are in need of turf fields. I will not rehash all the points. I would ask that you take into account the people who are actually on the ground and who not having turf fields will affect players, teams, and what the reality would actually look like. Not having turf fields in Montclair would be absolutely devastating to sports in Montclair. The maintenance of grass fields is very difficult. Hillside just got new grass with no watering system put in. 2 years this field has been having issues again. Grass fields need time to rest and have a certain amount of hours that they can be played on without it being overplayed and the surface being ruined. If it rains, practices and games would have to be canceled as the fields would suffer. Montclair High School boys and girls programs are one of the strongest high school programs in the state. Our lower level freshman JV grass fields are some of the worst in the Super Essex Conference. We have lost players because of injury, and we have lost players going to other schools because of the surface. Other high schools have also refused to send their lower levels to play at our grass fields because word got around about injuries to our players and our opponents. Both the boys and girls program play a very beautiful brand of soccer.
Thank you very much for coming. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community. My name is Sabrina Spence, and I live in the 4th Ward.
And I'm Madeline Gale, and I live in the 4th Ward, too.
The Community Development Block Grant is designated for the 4th Ward, which includes areas with low and moderate income housing. Out of the $300,000, 40 to 50% will go to nonprofit organizations like Brother to Brother and Salvation Army. The remaining funds can be used for capital improvements in specific areas of the 4th Ward, which have the highest concentration of low and moderate income housing, or families also. We understand that a public hearing was held last night by Janice Talley to gather input from the residents of how to use the approximately $150,000 of these funds for capital improvements. Please note that this money has been granted since 2010, and there has never been a public hearing on record.
In the past, money's been used to fix restrooms at the libraries, Walnut Street beautification, and much work in Wards 1 and 2. This year, the 4th Ward wishes it to be used where it's needed for things like for safety issues such as beacon flashing lights, crosswalks that need painting that don't now exist, lighting and cameras and more. So please consider using this money as it needs to be in the 4th Ward for safety. Another issue about safety, separate and inclusive of the 4th Ward, is I'd like to ask you to please pass the Complete and Green Streets Ordinance, and please work with Vision Zero to enact the objectives of the task force. You hear everybody talking about the safety of our people on bikes and pedestrians. And lastly, a completely separate issue, I continue to implore the council, as Mayor Baskerville said, we'd like a town where everybody can come together. So I ask the council if you can consider having some public forums, maybe including the Montclair Interfaith Clergy Association, some social justice organizations, to hold these townwide forums where all of our residents can come together to listen to one another with empathy and compassion. Maybe we could come together and learn to live with love and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jessica Tillier. I live at 3 Harvard Street. I just want to say I am so excited by this council and Mayor Baskerville. I cannot wait to work with you over the next 4 years. I believe I've seen in my job that great leadership takes creativity and courage. That is what America needs right now, and I see that in all of you. I want to read something to you. Picture this. Children feel the joy of freedom. Communities bond while pedaling. The chore of getting to school is a delight. Our daily actions are a climate solution. Well-being is prioritized on our streets. It's normal for children to transport themselves. The sound of traffic is quiet. The sound of laughter is vibrant. Our world heals and grows anew. This dream is happening today. It's called Bike Bus, a growing family-led global movement to ride to school en masse. Come ride with us. And really, come ride with us. Some of you have, and it's been so much fun. Shout out Birmingham, shout out Anderson. Okay, so I am Jess Tillier. I am the co-founder of the Bike Bus. I love soccer and field hockey. I actually started a company with Megan Rapinoe, but Bike Bus is not recreation. It's an equitable transportation option that allows kids to get to school in a healthy way. We were actually recently in this report from the Department of Education and Department of Transportation, federal, I should say, and this is a fact sheet that went out to every single town and community in America. So the federal government sees what we're doing as strategic. I've worked with Michelle Obama. I know that this is the type of work that she wants, and it's time for our town to also see it as strategic. We also were awarded, these are, I don't even know how many are here. There's maybe 9, maybe 10 certificates of recognition from New Jersey Safe Routes to School. We were awarded the silver medal. Montclair has only ever gotten bronze, but because of the Bike Bus, we got this award. But those two things are incredible, but the most incredible thing is seeing people who were stuck in their homes because they did not have access. They do not have a car, like many of you here do, and they just can't get around town. The Bike Bus provides that. Now, Bike Bus is not sustainable. It is social infrastructure. And what we need now is real traffic infrastructure. So we need to pass that complete streets ordinance ASAP. We need to finally make change not take 50 years, but 5 years. I've seen this happen before. I know we can do it. I know we can work together to do it. We need active transportation lanes through town, and we need more equitable and safe options to get through town. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Suleyman Imam. I'm a child care worker and a community gardener, and I'm here to speak in support of the artificial turf moratorium. A moratorium, not a ban, not a ban on maintaining current turf fields, but a pause to consider the consequences of installing more turf fields, and a pause to consider those consequences and also to consider the alternatives. I heard a lot of kids today, and it's so nice to hear young people speaking up for themselves, and I'm almost sorry to be speaking in contradiction to them, but I heard a lot of kids talking about well-maintained, like poorly maintained grass fields, and we don't have to have poorly maintained grass fields if that's the choice that we make. Something that really frustrates me is that whenever people bring up concerns about potentially hazardous substances, a lot of us react as if we don't know better, as if this has never happened before, as if there hasn't been this long history of industry introducing poisons into our soils, into our waters, into our bodies. And it isn't until after the consequences come up and the cancer diagnoses happen that we now are worried about getting those poisons back out. A moratorium is a pause to consider the research before we put those poisons in. And the concerns about artificial turf are legitimate, and they're coming from research scientists. They're coming from pediatric health institutions. They're coming from the NJDEP and the EPA. I understand that the athletic community can see that this is like an undue burden being put on them, but when we're talking about the use of public space, it's all of our burden. And we all need to take some responsibility for what we're putting in our public spaces. So, and I'll use the rest of my time.
Next guest, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council people. I'd like to thank you for the time to speak. Some of you know me already. My name's Tom Mulligan. I'm a 20-year resident of Montclair, former employee at American Royal Hardware. I've helped many kids with science projects, and I currently work in community gardening, sustainable gardening, but I've also been an activist for 30 years doing social justice work, both working with Habitat for Humanity in New York City for 8 years, with the Friends Shelter, and as Mayor Baskerville and Amina both know me as the moderator of the Northeast Earth Coalition Little Free Food Pantry, which I helped initiate and have built many of, and at many houses of worship and synagogues and other public spaces. The reason I'm speaking here is I support the moratorium on turf fields. As someone who both played youth and high school soccer, and I have a niece right now who works for the National Oceanographic and Aeronautics Administration, who was a star soccer player in Ramsey, New Jersey, who's now a researcher at Sandy Hook studying microplastics, and she knows the dangers of it. Again, we live in a community. New Jersey has more Superfund sites than any other state in the nation. Just in West Orange, we have the radium factory, which is now, ironically, a playing field. And often they get turned into playing fields as the industry offloads them. I'm also going to speak as someone who, as I played soccer in high school, witnessed both my aunt and my mom, who were twin sisters, both get diagnosed with breast cancer. Neither of them had genetic markers. They got tested for BRCA1, BRCA2. Environmental conditions were the most likely cause, according to their oncologist. I find it deeply ironic that in a town where so many houses have a sign in front saying, "We believe in science and water is life," that there's such an unwillingness to actually listen to the science when PFAS, and all the other forever chemicals that are used by the plastics industry are known to be in these artificial turfs. I agree that children should have good fields to play on, but I also agree that there are programs that can be explored to ensure that they have good playing fields without endangering both them and the entire community. We all deserve better. Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Good evening. Sorry, I got a lot of equipment tonight. Hi, my name is Erin Bullen. In the 1950s, pharmaceutical companies marketed thalidomide all over the world as a safe sedative. One UK company selling thalidomide advertised it can be given with complete safety to pregnant women and nursing mothers without adverse effects on mother or child. And it had no known toxicity and was free from untoward side effects. Asbestos. Asbestos, called the magic mineral, was used in floors, ceilings, walls. Our lives were wrapped in it. An ad for asbestos smoking pipes, if you can believe it, boasted millions have been sold and are in daily use throughout the civilized world. Great. Today, we have synthetic turf. DuPont says its Forever Lawn provides a waterless, low-maintenance solution that will continue to be realistic and functional for years to come. Just want to point to that landfill, years to come. And they also boast that 70 million square feet of this material have been installed. For proof of safety, artificial turf companies often point to studies, their own studies, or information provided by the Synthetic Turf Council, which is a registered lobbying firm. On their website, it states, "We represent all levels of the synthetic turf supply chain and promote synthetic turf as the preferred solution for play spaces." Fun. All the while, we hear calls from trusted medical organizations, Mount Sinai, the National Center for Health Research, the Silent Spring Institute, and the CDC, pointing not only to the known dangers of this material, but the unknown. Dangers for our body, the environment, and mostly our water. Please look at this and understand there is no escaping this material if you choose not to play on it. All we're asking for is some time. This is an expensive material. It's expensive in dollars, and it will be expensive in health. It already has been. And you represent 40,000 Montclair residents, not just the athletes, all of us, people that aren't here. Please, don't choose not to
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Baskerville. I'm going to start by just finishing what Coach Torre had sent over and asked to be read. Both the boys and the girl program play a very beautiful brand of soccer, possession-based, that Montclair High School is known for, having grass fields that after time would not be suitable to play this style. It undermines the ability to maintain the quality of the program, and these talented players deserve more. We have so much talent in the program, but we cannot play the style we would like and develop the players in a manner that aligns with our possession-based tactics with lower level fields. Thank you. My name is Dan Rivlin.
Thank you.
I am a long-term resident of Montclair. My daughters are high school soccer players and track athletes, and I'm also the president of Montclair United Soccer Club. I agree that you should spend some time and investigate all of the facts. The moratorium, I also didn't interrupt anybody last time or this time. The only person who got interrupted was me by the people who were supporting the ban and the moratorium. I'd ask for the same courtesy that everyone extended to you guys when you spoke. Take the time to get the information, but don't stop everything in its tracks while you do so. The moratorium, as it is written right now, does prevent replacement, does prevent repair, and would prevent someone from replacing the field and goes to MKA and all of the other places. You have a lot of people who rely on turf fields. I don't disagree that a well-maintained, perfectly fit grass field is fantastic for most sports. As you heard from the field hockey people, not for every sport. But we do not have the space in Montclair or the funds for the amount of grass fields that would be necessary for even a proportion of the amount of space we need and the amount of use that gets played on these fields on a daily basis. Grass needs rest. Grass needs to be taken care of in a very different way than turf does. And the amount of use will destroy it very quickly. And unless we're going to raise a whole bunch of buildings and put in tons of grass fields that can accommodate the amount of play that Montclair requires, I ask and I implore the council to think long and hard before you pass a moratorium. You want to do a study and see feasibility of turf versus grass and the cost and the benefit and how long everything can happen? Go ahead. Pass a resolution that says you're going to do a study on both grass and turf. But don't do so by automatically stopping one for the benefit of the other without having all of the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hawkins, resident of 15 Warfield Street. I'm one of the organizers of the bike bus. I'm the guy who sent you all emails during the election asking for your positions on street safety and the bike bus, and you all responded. And you all said that you were in support of safer streets in our town, and I'm so encouraged by that. Like my colleagues before me, very much looking forward to working with you guys. I understand that a lot about this job that you guys have can be really thankless. You have to listen to very long testimonies from very many people on a variety of subjects, and it can get very dull, and I understand that. But what I want to say is that the bike bus is an antidote to so many problems that we have in this town around safety and isolation and things that are sort of inflicting our schools in terms of kids getting ahead, because we've seen so many studies about how COVID has really held a lot of kids back, and there's lots of problems with our kids learning at the levels that we'd like to see them to. So I feel like the bike bus is a really great antidote to all of that, and I was really encouraged to see all the students come out at today's meeting to talk about the turf issues. We would also bring out some of our students, but it's way past their bedtimes. A lot of them are asleep right now. Hopefully my kids are asleep. Maybe they're not. But what I think they would tell you is that they love the bike bus. They love riding with their friends to school. It's an activity that just really makes them look forward to the day. And our schools love it too. We've heard so much wonderful feedback from our principals and our administrators about how much they love the bike bus. But here's the thing. It's an entirely volunteer-run organization. We're not doing this for money or fame or glory, whatever. We're just doing this because we like to ride with our kids to school and we want to see safer streets. And what we need from you guys is a little bit of help in making sure that it is as safe as possible, because we have 4- and 5-year-olds riding their bikes by themselves to school, tiny little kids. And if they didn't have adults riding alongside them, they would be, I don't even want to speculate what would happen. On my way up to this meeting tonight, I saw a man almost get killed by a car on Walnut Street. A car was driving way too fast. The man was crossing at the crosswalk. He had the crosswalk, and this driver decided he would rather, his priority was to drive fast, and this pedestrian was inhibiting that. Horns were honked, unpleasantries were exchanged. There were probably some bad words as well. But what that really kind of highlighted to me is that we have a lot of work to do if we're going to make things safe, not only for the little kids riding to school every day on the bike bus, but for everybody that gets around without a car. We need to pass the Complete Streets program. We need to fully support the Vision Zero task force, and we really need to get moving on this, because I feel like we're running out of time. 40,000 people die in traffic crashes every year in this country. That's the entire town of Montclair dead every year. Thank you very much.
Next guest, please.
36.
Hi, thanks for the time. I appreciate your indulgence this evening. My name is Danny Leo. I'm a lifetime resident of the area, longtime resident of Montclair, father of 2 kids in school, CHB, the high school, MUSC parent. I'm very sensitive to the concerns of the pro-turf lobby. I love a turf field. I love the way it looks. It is fun to play on. I have to say, you know, it looks good. It looks clean. But come on. I came home the other day and I thought we had mice. I was like, oh my God, cats? Will you earn your keep, for God's sake? There's little black things all over my house. No, it's turf. It's the little pellets of turf from miles away. Miles away. In my house, all over the floor. Are you telling me the nanoparticles aren't getting everywhere? These are little black things like this big, and they're traveling miles. Miles. The science is compellingly alarming enough to support a moratorium on new turf fields. It's that simple. And it's a balance of equities. Right? So yes, the students, the athletes, the people who earn their keep coaching, they have a stake in this. I have a stake in this. My son loves playing on turf. What field is it? Grass or turf? It's turf. Yes! He loves it. But it's a balance. And the science is compellingly alarming enough to say no more new turf fields until we know what's up. It's really that simple. An ecosystem of turf fields, the gentleman from Montclair Kimberly Academy said, he said, an ecosystem of turf fields. An ecosystem of plastic? Is that a joke? That wasn't rehearsed? That was rehearsed. The president of one of the most prestigious schools in our state, that is idiocracy. That's moronic. An ecosystem of plastic? Come on. It's a really simple thing. Stop new turf fields and study it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Anna Grossman, resident of Montclair. First, I'd like to acknowledge Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I want to send a special salute to Ellen, Megan, Tony, and all the brave women in Montclair who are real warriors on this. I applaud you. I also want to acknowledge everyone who comes here because they're experiencing fear or pain. I know there's racism in this town, I know there's Islamophobia, and I know there's anti-Semitism. I don't have an answer about that, but I want to acknowledge that and my hope that we can keep each other safe here. I am so happy, on to my other favorite topic, I'm so happy that our firemen are transitioning away from gear with PFAS. Why are we not wishing the same thing for our student athletes or for our water? Manufacturers of artificial turf have admitted they need more time to remove PFAS from their product. Why would we not pause? What justification does anyone have for imposing more of this potent toxic chemical on our community resources? I was a soccer mom for years. I know what it feels like to watch your kid play soccer and experience that joy. At the same time, since the early 2000s, I advocated to help make New York City artificial turf better. It had lead, they denied it. We advocated for the product to remove lead. It was removed. It had recycled rubber crumb. We advocated for better infills. We got coconut husks. Being a soccer mom didn't stop me from advocating for a healthier, more environmentally responsible product. In fact, it's because I had a kid who played on these materials that I wanted something better for him. When we would go to soccer camps in the summer in Italy, in the UK, and in Canada, my kid played on grass. When we came home to New York City, he played on scrap chemical products. Nothing that we have heard tonight in the comments provided real data. Just confirmation of high demand and a belief that because past maintenance has been unsatisfactory, it will forever be that way. doesn't have to be. And you've heard from grass managers, and they have reassured you what you need here is a specialist, an expert. This is precisely why we need a pause and a study on township-owned fields. These decisions cannot continue to be made without even a basic environmental impact study or financial analysis. It has consequences for all of us. Heat islands, flooding, microplastics pollution, water contamination, waste, and landfills. When you use public funds to purchase artificial turf, it's not a private choice. When, like MKA, you put artificial turf 25 feet away from a stream, it's not a private choice. When you install acres full of PFAS over our wellheads, it's not a private choice. When we're all in an existential struggle against climate change, having public funds spent on petrochemicals that heat up entire neighborhoods is not a private choice. I strongly encourage you to look at LA Council members Bob Blumenfield's motion to transition away from artificial turf. It has everything you need.
Thank you very much. Next guest.
Hi, my name is Amy Veach, and I'm a resident of 535 Upper Mountain Avenue. And I just want to thank you all for your service. I know that it's a real commitment to our community, and thank you. So I am also a member of the Vision Zero Task Force and the Ward 1 rep. And I'm really proud of the work that we are doing and we're in the process of doing. So what's circulating around is our newsletter, really celebrating some of the things that as a township we've done. So I want to thank you for your vote to reduce the speed limit on Valley to 25 miles per hour. Thank you. And I want to thank you for extending the task force to have more time to do the work we need to do. But I'm here to ask you to pass the complete and green streets policy. The first thing, if you look at the resolution, the language itself, the very first job and ask that we are supposed to do as a task force is to update our complete and green streets policy. This policy and the work we have done and want to do is really dependent on creating a process within the township to implement this work. And we all know with Vision Zero, it's very simple. It's 0 deaths and fatalities on our roads. And I feel like we're all committed to that. As a community, we're committed to that. But in order to make it happen, we really need a strong policy in place. So I kind of made a list of some of the big things that this policy does, and I'm sure that you probably already know this, but I just want to reinforce it. One, the policy allows the Vision Zero task force work to continue. So it establishes an advisory committee, which is essentially an extension of the task force of all of the members that are in there now, both on the staff, with the county, with advocates. I can't stress how we're really starting to, this isn't a simple fix. It's a simple goal, but it's not a simple fix. And bringing all of us together to collaborate and to coordinate on solutions is essential. The policy provides a structured approach by utilizing checklists and for all repaving and maintenance projects. So instead of making actions after the fact, we can plan it and build it into the system as we go day to day. So again, thank you, and please vote for the complete and green streets policy.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brett Sorkness, and I've lived here in Montclair with my family for nearly 4 years. My daughter is 5 years old, and I want her to grow up in a community where biking is safe, accessible, and encouraged. Tonight, I want to talk about the potential to formalize bike routes that the community-led bike bus has already established. These routes are used by local families, children, and adults who are choosing to ride together for safety. By formalizing these routes into designated bike lanes, we could build on the grassroots momentum already in place and create a safer, more connected biking infrastructure for all residents. As it stands, the bike bus has proven that there's both a need and a desire for safe bike routes in our town. Families like mine are choosing to bike, but the absence of formal lanes mean we're constantly navigating the risks of sharing the road with cars. By giving the bike bus routes official status, we not only improve safety, but also validate our commitment to our community we've already made, our commitment to cycling. Dedicated bike lanes along these routes would encourage even more residents to join, making biking a viable option for more families, including mine. These lanes would enhance predictability for both drivers and cyclists, reducing accidents and fostering a sense of shared responsibility on the road. Additionally, formal bike routes have been shown to boost local businesses by increasing foot and bike traffic. Montclair's businesses would benefit from these improvements, as safer designated bike paths would encourage residents to stop at shops, restaurants, community events along the way. In closing, I hope you'll consider formalizing the bike bus routes, making them an official part of Montclair's infrastructure. Together, we can take this important step to promote safe, sustainable, and community-centered transportation in Montclair. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And I also want to say I highly support the moratorium on turf. I love everything that I heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
I'm Chrissy Thomas, a 54-year resident, and I just learned that the only person that was refused to speak tonight was Sarah Avery, because Tony Fan said that the mayor closed public comment to just her, which is unacceptable, and I don't believe that for a second. I hope that you'll allow her to speak.
Yeah, that's not the case. I told him, do not let additional people come up. We shouldn't have let anyone come up after 1 hour. Since I realize now it seems like there's only one other person, then certainly let's let that one person, but I had no idea who the person was. I went over and I told him, do not allow additional people. Moving forward, just so we're really clear, we're not going to allow people to sign up if the council agrees after the first half hour of the meeting. I don't know if you were here, and the whole purpose is that we are trying different things in this council to try to find out what is going to work and what is not in terms of public comment. And we are not there yet, but we're going to try to figure it out. I appreciate it, and we've had a wonderful night, and nobody has come up here and offered anything that was like negative or accusatory or trying to act as though I am trying to single out any one individual for any reason. Good. And I just had to stop to be really clear about that, because that's dangerous and it's just wrong.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you're welcome.
I get my time back for the 3 minutes. Under the Faulkner Act in Montclair, New Jersey, the rules governing public comment allow each member of the public to speak for 3 minutes. Under Robert's rules, individuals are prohibited from yielding their time to another speaker to effectively double or triple one public comment. The only exception would be if the governing body and the meeting chair, in our case, the mayor, decide in advance to change the time for public comment or to allow a person to give a presentation outside of public comment, which is what Your Honor did, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. I truly believe in permitting people to finish their thoughts or at least their sentences, particularly when members of the public are doing a public mitzvah by educating their neighbors and this governing body about things that are important to them. If you want to give people the opportunity to feel truly heard, then you have to enforce the rules equally for all, and I'm sure that's exactly what you're trying to do. Fairness is really important, and I really appreciate you saying that Ms. Avery can speak. As for the agenda, I'm really concerned that you appear to agree by consent to increase the Neglia Engineering contract by $200,000 for calendar year 2024. I'm advised Neglia made election contributions to Spiller in 2023 and 2024, so the contract seems illegal. That's prohibited by law. You cannot allow an increase by more than 20%. Now, what that increase means is that Neglia has already billed $500,000 and that you're agreeing to an increase to the amount paid to $700,000 for calendar year 2024. That's a $200,000 increase in October. It would cost less to have an on-site engineer. $700,000 is an awful lot of money to one firm. Remember when we thought $500,000 was too much in March? That's number 3 on the consent agenda. Number 4 is a retroactive alcoholic beverage retail consumption license transfer. Number 13 is increasing the Cleary Law Firm's contract for labor and employment matters by another $25,000 for a not to exceed $60,000 to ratify bills and services already provided. That's not permitted. We need lawyers who do not exceed contract prices and certainly don't try to consistently increase payments after bills have been incurred. Those are illegal and improper billing practices and prohibited by their prohibited payment processes. Our lawyer knows better and should be warning you about that ahead of time, as well as about conflicts of interest. As for number 17, it's unclear to me why we're buying software for a town manager who's supposed to be replaced shortly. We're investing $52,000 for a 3-year contract that software may not be needed. Susan, Rahum, Eileen, and Carmel all voted to approve the CGPH, even though they overcharged us through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This is again on the bill list. They have to have a proposal, a contract, and a resolution for their services. In multiple instances, there was at least one missing, and CGPH overcharged us multiple times by tens of thousands of dollars. They approved contractors who shouldn't have been approved. If you divide their hourly rate by the bill, for example, $1,300 to inspect a boiler when they are only allowed to charge $150 an hour. Please.
Thank you very much.
Concerns about how our
next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Ahava Felicidad, first founder and president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, the group that brought us rent control with the community to our beautiful township. First, I would like to take 3 seconds of silence for the families that we lost that rent control did not save. The families who moved and sent messages later because things had gotten so bad for them. We get reports of horrendous things that happened that were going on with people who were in fear of speaking in the midst of these things happening. Fear of speaking often keeps people from being heard. While things seem to be quiet, they are not so much. Some people say they don't want to be patient or ruffle feathers, and it may be the wrong thing, so they move. The Tenants Organization of Montclair is a movement that was created for renters to stay. I'm smiling because I was on campus at Montclair State University today, working and recruiting as I often am doing now, never giving up. I want to shout out to Brianna and Sam, education and sustainability majors, respectively. They heard about Montclair's lack of affordability, and although they would prefer to graduate and live in town, felt that it was not possible. Now they know about rent control and will be helping to spread the word. There's a bonus. Join us because now we are starting a radio show this year. We need and would love to have your participation. This is to everyone out in the public as well, to grow this and to make sure that current and new renters know that we have rent control and who's covered by it while building community, collective, and empowerment. Tenants Organization Montclair at gmail.com. Text and call to get started, 973-619-2855 and 973-936-8848. Tomb Advocacy on Facebook. Everyone have a great night.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is David Folkenflick. I live in Upper Montclair. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager, it's good to see you. I've seen many of you in a different circumstance. I appreciate so much your service, what you're doing for the township. I arrived here a day after marking the death of my mother, Vivian. We spent a lovely evening with a small gathering of friends. It was an evening of readings. We read a favorite passage of hers from Shakespeare, a poem she wrote inspired by the Psalms. My daughter, my eldest, read her 4th grade essay about her grandmother. It was a night filled with laughter, and lemon squares, something she loved very much. It was a night also of connection. In her 3+ years here in Montclair living with my family, she made connections with people in ways she didn't experience, and that's something very special about Montclair that I prize greatly. I sometimes fear that in Montclair, and I'm hopeful that you all as new figures here can do something differently and act with a different way, but that we don't make the connection between our people and our policies, our intentions and our actions. We've heard today from folks who have echoed concerns similar to my own. Folks involved in the bike bus, folks involved with Vision Zero, people talking about ways in which we can make improvements. These seem like small things. They are not small things. These are not things that could happen. These are things that have happened. But we haven't treated it as a matter of imperative or urgency. At times I fear, because of the way things have been done, we make sort of a delight in certain incremental advances and surround ourselves and comfort ourselves that we have done enough, and I fear we have not. I think that it's important for Montclair to commit itself to the idea that its people can move around, not its motorists, but its people can move around safely and enjoy this beautiful, gladed, glorious neighborhood, a city of neighborhoods with sidewalks and parks and homes and schools and businesses and reasons that people want to be here, people want to live here, but also to visit. But I don't see that sense of urgency even from my new friends here. I put this charge to the previous mayor and the previous council when I spoke not very many weeks after my mother's death, and I said, this is something you can embrace, this is something you can accomplish, this is something you can say and be a beacon. Montclair can signal to the state and to the region, we too recognize there is nothing more valuable than the quality of life for our people and our families. I ask you to do that. Take Vision Zero not as something in the distance, but as the here and the now. In our intersection, a great change is being made, one without my consultation that expends a great deal of money. But a year and a day later, not a single change has been made to that intersection that keeps us safer right now. There are cheap things we can do in the meantime, a glorious blizzard of them. And we haven't seen a flurry, folks. We've seen a couple scatterings here and there. Please embrace the urgency, embrace the now, and make life better for Montclair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Stolzberg. I live in Montclair. It's interesting to follow the previous speaker because there was one thing I was hoping I was going to actually ask for clarification, but I guess I have the answer because of all the street safety speakers tonight. I remember learning that that the intersection of Bellevue and Park was where we lost a member of our community a year ago. And every time I drive through, and then at a later meeting, Mr. LaPola, you acknowledged during the meeting that it had been discovered that there was a problem with that traffic signal. And then at a later meeting, it had come up again, and you had assured the community that that traffic signal was going to be repaired early in the new year because it was the end of 2023. So we're on the cusp of November of 2024, and it's just sort of shocking that I just learned that it doesn't sound like that traffic signal has yet been repaired. And every time I drive through it, I think about it. And I think, is this light okay? Am I driving when I'm supposed to be? Is the other direction stopping when they're supposed to be? So to find out tonight that that traffic signal continues not to be okay in the very location that someone's life was lost, I really hope that we can move very quickly on that. I just want to quickly say, and I use some of my time for this. I know that on your desks currently you have something, an ordinance that was passed to you to pass, I believe by the Environmental Commission, that residents proposed, which is something called Skip the Stuff, and it is sweeping the nation near and far, and it is, these should be words, music to your ears, low-hanging fruit. Pass low-hanging fruit. You have a lot of tough stuff on your desk that will be expensive, and you will please some people, and you will not please others. And skip the stuff. It is so easy. Please move forward quickly. This came from a Chinese restaurant that I love, We ask them every time, please don't put it in, and then we find it. I send my husband and say, please make sure it's not there, and it's not, and then when we uncover the stuff at the bottom, there it is waiting for us. So I just wanted you to see that we don't use, except maybe sometimes we eat the fortune cookie, we don't use any of this. This all goes in our trash for no reason. This is a lot of trash. My favorite taco place in town, we had a, sorry, I wanted these props tonight. We had, this is a lot of plastic. We had a stapled up bag that my husband didn't unstaple when he went to pick it up to see that these were waiting inside. He picked it up at 8 o'clock at night on a cold night in the dark. We ate at home with our regular utensils, so we didn't need this.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Next speaker, please.
Oh, 20 Mission Street. Number
Next
3.
speaker, please.
Number 3. Somebody out.
Huh? No.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. I actually wasn't feeling very well. I intended to come earlier for the treats. Wasn't feeling well, but then I saw your statement, Mayor Baskerville, and I said I wanted to come out to respond to your statement. Much respect to you, and I appreciate your statement. It actually clarifies a lot for me. You know, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Be very clear on that. There is nobody here that does not know you're the one who has the pulse of this community. So I don't want what I've been doing here lately to confuse anyone at all. I celebrated when you became our first black female mayor, then and still. So I was taken aback when people were not responding, but I now know that that was a consensus that you guys made. And then I heard you say that you get beat up on or get beat down for not responding to us or speaking too much. Please continue to do what you do. We need you. We need persons like you, especially when it comes to communities that are disenfranchised, disrespected, marginalized, ignored, and literally just beat up on. And I'm not going to speak on something else I heard when I was watching, the code switching and some of the language. I'm not going to speak on it because I don't want to get in the way of anyone else's movement right now, but it was very offensive. It was very offensive. But in any case, I hope when you guys do get to the point to decide on how we're going to continue going forward with the Black Liberation flag that I'm contacted, I want to be part of that process to protect the integrity and the authenticity of what that was. And someone here mentioned tonight about the racism and some of the other things that happen here in town. We know that to be true. When I last stood here at this podium, I mentioned equity, and I mentioned what comes with it is a sense of urgency. My heart was broken when I saw the father and his daughter come here. I've already expressed the fact that I'm part of an organization whose entire goal is to eradicate racism. And we know that it exists in Montclair, and I recently became aware that it does exist among this council. Some things I read, and it's deeply concerning. So please, when that moment comes, I would like to be part of that subcommittee to protect the integrity of our culture as people of African descent, as Black people. All right, so I don't want anyone thinking that this was about anything other than what I came here for. I saw online where someone referred to me as the flag lady, and that I'm kind of getting into certain communities warring with one another. The fact of the matter is I was the one who came here on August 13th, and I brought that flag and the certain energy that came with it, and you all responded accordingly. And then other persons added in some energy that turned into something else. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Knowlton. I am one of the VPs for Montclair United Soccer Club, and I am here to talk to you about, please do not go forward with the moratorium and banning the turf soccer fields. In terms of, I have a note here from Dan who wanted me to point out that if we're keeping track, then we definitely had more people in favor of the turf fields than against them. And I do believe in science. I believe all of us believe in science, and the science is definitely inconclusive about turf fields. But more importantly, even with grass fields, there are PFASs that are part of topsoil, that are part of all the components. So just ripping up the turf fields and switching over to grass fields is not going to solve the problem. So I urge you to please reconsider this moratorium. Right now, I work on the recreation side, and we have 1,000 children that play every season. And on the recreation side, we have the children who we're providing their cleats, we're providing their shin guards. These are kids who can't afford to play in travel programs for other communities that can afford to go play in other spaces. A lot of our kids, they walk or ride their bikes to our fields. And as much as I love grass fields, I do. Unfortunately, Montclair has a history of, as soon as the grass fields in Montclair have been upgraded, the fields that Montclair owns, like Tours Field and Mountainside Park, we're no longer allowed to play there. Without the turf fields, we wouldn't have some place to play. My best example is on Saturday morning from 9 to 12, we are blessed with access to George Washington Field. And during that 3-hour period of time, 180 6- and 7-year-olds get to play soccer every week. If that field is damaged and it can't be repaired, we can't play. If it was a grass field, we wouldn't be allowed on it to begin with. So I also just wanted to say, as you're reviewing the science, this is from findings published by the Clinical Journal of Sports Medicine, that the impact of playing surfaces on concussion symptoms in young American football players has been shown to be worse and more severe on natural grass fields. And one of the reasons for that is because it has been found that many natural grass fields, especially at the youth level, may not be well maintained and can be harder and less forgiving than modern artificial turf, which has evolved significantly from the old.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hey, good evening. My name is Chris Smith. I'm the president of the Montclair Gridiron Club. I'm also a former football coach in town, so I've been around fields for the last 15 years when I moved here from Brooklyn. And I just want to share a couple of thoughts. You know, in my line of work in financial services, whenever we make decisions, the first thing we do is we study it, right? We want to uncover all the possibilities, all the pros and the cons, and then we make a decision. We generally don't make decisions until we've uncovered all the facts. I think that's all I think folks on both sides are asking you to do. So I don't envy you, but both sides is the important piece to this, okay? As I said, I used to live in New York at a time where the streets were the Wild West. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Flatbush Avenue, but you know, it was literally the Wild Wild West. You know, only after New York City studied the matter and started studying solutions did they reduce the lanes to slow the traffic, right? So what I think I'm hearing about this moratorium is that we're being asked to close the lanes first and then study the effect of traffic, right? I think this may be the cart before the horse a bit. So I went back to Brooklyn recently, and to my surprise, all the streets that they studied and put in calming devices don't look anything like they did before. Traffic is much calmer, much slower. I actually had to adjust my behavior because I was expecting one thing and found out another, right? So the point is that they studied it before they did something. The other point I want to make is I live across the street from Cody Field on Orange Road. And right now, Glenridge Youth Football, they play there. Well, they don't play there, they practice there twice a week. But in just those twice a week practices in a grass field, the field is turned into straight mud. Just for practices, not games, on only twice a week. So the practicality of trying to play with much faster speed on grass is probably not going to turn out very well, and you've heard from other players as to why that might be the case. So the other thing is just keep in mind that, you know, these fields used to be grass and they're no longer grass for a reason. I'm sure it was studied, and that's how you figured out that turf would probably be better. What I'm asking everyone here is, you know, please be more cooperative. I think, you know, unfortunately, I think a moratorium is the first step in a ban. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. One other thing is that I think a lot of the opponents that I've heard here are on their cell phones. And I'm sure you guys have all know that there are dangers using their phones, right? There's radiation, etc. But nobody's going to stop using their cell phones. Why? Because it's impractical. So we do need to understand the practicality of just changing on a dime without having a suitable alternative. Nobody's going to stop using their cell phones until there's a suitable practical alternative. So I think that's all anyone's ever asking, but there's no need to stop it before you start to do something else.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hello, Sarah Avery. Thank you for recognizing the public's right to free speech with tonight's public comment session. I hope the council appreciates the wisdom of the many residents who recommend a moratorium on turf. I personally believe a moratorium on turf is not enough. I think there should be a ban in the town, the county, the country, and the world. The health of the planet is worth the sacrifice. Last night, I attended a meeting organized by Councilor Toller about the CDBG grants that the town has been receiving for years, and learned, but also I just want to say thank you, Amina Toller. So we found out that these CDBG funds have been used for road projects, other things, but a lot of road projects and sewer improvements in the South End. I listed some resolutions here from starting in 2017 to 2023, and $885,000 was used for road and sewer projects that was really meant for improvements in the South End of Montclair. Why? Because it is a low and moderate income neighborhood, and that's the purpose of these CDBG funds that come from HUD. Now, these type of projects, these road and sewer projects, they're performed throughout the town, and by and large, they're funded with taxpayer dollars. And so it seems like the South End has been somewhat shortchanged here. Now, when members of the public asked the planner, you know, could the CDBG funds be used for school improvements? Well, she didn't know. But she did know that it could be used for roads and sewer projects, which are typically funded by taxpayer dollars. And a very easy internet search today, I was able to download all of the activities that are eligible for assistance by these CDBG funds. For example, provision of assistance including loans and grants, assistance to neighborhood-based nonprofit organizations, the rehabilitation or development of a housing assisted under Section 1437, and affordable housing projects assisted. And, you know, that really struck me. Well, I'll have to pick this up at the next meeting.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move right along to our consent agenda.
Mayor, can I address the CDGB issue?
No.
Okay.
No, there's just too much that we need to have a whole meeting to discuss that. There's information that's not accurate, and we just don't have the time for that. We're going to move forward to the consent agenda. Please. Does anybody wish to take anything out of the consent agenda?
Oh, they gave me this.
Oh, did we change that?
This is what I got. The yellow sheet. Yeah.
The yellow is the most updated agenda.
The yellow.
Wait, so we're
the
not
yellow.
going to discuss the stormwater ordinance proposal? Why?
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Because we had to put more detail into how we're going to draw down the money and how it's going to be held, et cetera.
Well, I have some comments on that, so maybe I should just send them to you.
Yes, please.
And it's about changing the ordinance,
Right.
okay? Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, there are 4 items that are listed on our consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any of those from the consent agenda?
I would like to discuss number 3.
Okay, we'll take number 3 out of the consent agenda. Anyone else? Okay, somebody make a motion on the remaining consent agendas, or we have to make a motion to take number 3 out?
No, Mayor, I understand that item 3 is not on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Should I make a motion? Should I make a motion?
Yeah.
On the rest of them?
Mhm.
Yeah, I make a motion to accept the consent agenda except for item 3, which has been pulled.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You want to have comments? Abstain? Okay, now we're going to go to, so the motion carried. We're going to move to resolution number 3. Councilor D'Amato, would you read resolution number 3?
Resolution R24229, resolution amending the fair and open contract for Neglia Engineering Associates for calendar year 2024 Municipal Engineering Services, and I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Councilor Williams?
I've made my thoughts on the firm known. I think that we do pay a lot of money to retain them, and 3 days a week. And I read through the whole list of things that they do, and it's a lot of work. And I think that we really need to start looking at either bringing in another firm so that we can get lower pricing, or hiring engineers and keeping them on staff. It would be my preference to hire engineers. And I do realize, because we spoke about this, that it was a tough time getting engineers, but I do think that we should do that.
I concur with Councilor Williams.
Anyone else? Councilor Birmingham?
I just have a question. I think I emailed you about this, or and this goes to what was asked earlier, but this was a fair and open contract, and I think that's what it says at the top. But then in clause 3, where it says pursuant to NJAC -5-5:30, the 20% limitation shall not apply to professional service and consultant contracts. When I read that statute, it seems to me that that applies specifically to professional service or extraordinary services. And I don't think this contract was granted under those terms. So I just, again, I'm not really even questioning the money. I'm questioning the process, because again, like, I think there are different attestations you have to do when you get a fair and open contract compared to a professional service or an extraordinary service. So I just, that's my question on this.
I'm not really understanding your question, but the one that you sent to us in the email, Mr. De Niro's responded, and I believe he said in the resolution that we have, it says it is amending the fair and open contract, but then in clause 3 it says pursuant to NJAC 5:30-11(6)D, the 20% limitation of NJAC 5:30-11.3A9 shall not apply to professional services.
and consultant contracts. Is that what you're asking about?
Right, because you can award professional service contracts without doing a fair and open process. But as part of that, people have to attest that they have not made political contributions. Right. So when we say we're amending this fair and open contract pursuant to NJAC 530, to me that's not consistent because we didn't use the professional service process to get to this contract.
Right. Well, this contract was awarded through the competitive process.
Right.
In public contracts law, and it's required because it was over the threshold and because there was a contribution by Neglia that it had to be done by fair and open process. And so the fair and open process is putting out advertising, doing it by an RFP.
Yes.
So it meets the criteria for being done open and fair and is not subject to
But then, I understand that.
Okay.
But then, why can we now amend the 20% limitation? Because that's part of a fair and open contract, right? That you can't go over 20%, because otherwise, if you're underbidding,
So Mr. De Niro, our purchasing agent, says when awarding the contract pursuant to pay-to-play law, it is required to specify whether it is awarded fair and open or non-fair and open process. And he says, item 3 emphasizes that the 20% limitation does not apply to the professional services contract. It only applies to other than professional services contracts. So in this sense, and I'm not sure if the language is improper in the resolution, maybe it's not clear in the resolution, but in this case, this is a professional services contract, so it's not subject to the 20% limitation.
But that's, I just don't think we awarded it under the professional service contract process. That's my question, because there's certain, like you're allowed, there are certain things you're allowed to do when you get a professional service contract, and that's just my question.
Competitive award of contracts permits professional services contracts to be awarded in that manner. So this contract was awarded appropriately, properly. It allows professional services contracts to be awarded through competitive bidding.
Mayor?
Yes. Councilor D'Amato.
My question, or our question, just is under why are you allowed to go up by more than 20%? That's the thing. Under what circumstances would you be prohibited from breaching the 20% limit?
And that answer I will have to give you at another time.
So we can't pass this tonight.
In a legal opinion.
We can't pass this tonight.
Let me just see what the purchasing agent says.
Yeah.
Mayor?
He may have answered that question.
According to
Yes,
purchasing
manager.
agent, he said the 20% limitation is specifically written for construction contracts and goods and services, except professional services, NJAC 5:30-11.6.
Right. Change orders for professional services and extraordinary unspecified services. So the 20% limitation shall not apply. So pursuant to NJAC 5:11.6 D, the 20% limitation of NJAC 5:30-11.3A9 shall not apply to professional and consultant contracts. So pursuant to the administrative code, it's permissible.
Councilors, anyone else?
I cede the balance of my authority to Councilor Birmingham. Are you 100% sure?
I'm just.
Are you 100% sure it's kosher? That's all I want to know.
One, I'm reading what the purchasing agent, and it's very.
So this is change
He's very
orders.
well learned.
There's all.
And two, he's citing code. Unfortunately, I don't have the code in front of me to cite.
Could we maybe ask the CFO?
Yes.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm not 100% sure of this, but you have the book right there, right? So is it possible to look?
Well, I don't have the administrative code in front of me.
Oh,
I have
okay. Is
I'm
this
in-
more than 1 year? If it is
I don't-
professional services, it cannot be more than 1 year. If this change order is putting, that's what I know, again, I am
Well, we're
not
not
an
a cri-
expert in this,
Right.
but if it is a professional service, it cannot be more than 1 year. It is either under the fair and open process, competitive contracting, fair and open process, or without the fair and open process, we can just do a professional services. That's what I know, but I'm not 100% sure again. 1 year, is it 1 year or more than 1 year? That may make a difference.
Well, you're not expanding, you're not
can I-
expanding
can
the
I-
term, you're just increasing.
Yes, Manager?
You're not-
Yeah, I just spoke to the director of DCS. The way this is bid is on an hourly basis. The only thing we're changing is the not to exceed, that we didn't bid it as, it came in at a certain number, it's an hourly rate. We did the not to exceed. Okay, so it wasn't bid in like a construction project, and you get a number, it's $1 million. So we bid it on the hourly rate. We then put not to exceed in that initial contract. So the 20% rule doesn't apply because the number that was accepted in the bid was not the hourly rate.
Well, it was
It was the hourly
It
rate.
was the hourly rate, not to,
Yes.
yeah.
So it wasn't that they submitted a bid of $500,000. They submitted a bid with the hourly rates. We, in turn, based on our budgeting, put the not to exceed $500,000.
And now-
Counselor Lockman?
And now they've exceeded, they've occurred
Yes.
more hours, basically because of all the engineering reviews that they're doing, right?
Yes.
On, like, planning projects
Well,
and
it's
traffic
actually,
studies. and-
Counselor, it's actually because of the changes we made in the stormwater review. So.
That's why I wanted to talk to you about that.
And that's why we are
yeah.
going to
Yeah.
have before you, hopefully at next meeting, proposed ordinance.
Right.
That will then charge the residents who have
Well-
to deal with this. It's not everyone.
No, I have another suggestion for that
Well,
I'll
we can
email
talk about
to you.
that, but
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
But that's what it is. It's approximately an additional, between about $170,000 or $180,000.
Right.
An additional cost this year for these reviews,
Right.
for the changes that were made.
I mean, but basically should be made is we should increase from 250 square feet new impervious surface to something like 400 or 500 or 1,000 even. So then you would be generating.
So regarding the resolution 24-229, did anyone else wish to talk about that, or does anyone want to pull it until a later date, or any further discussion on that? Councilor Toller?
I'd like to make a motion that we just pull it until we get a thorough, clear understanding on what we have in front of us. That's my recommendation.
Well, I think we just got an understanding. It's an hourly rate. And we
Right, I also
superimposed
have
the
a-
700,000,
Right.
so.
You can't do a change order, but if that's what the majority of the group is comfortable with and wishes
Are you
to
comfortable with that?
go with.
I'd just like to say that I'm not that comfortable. I really agree with what I hear Councilor Williams saying, and I would like to find out more about not going in this direction any further and possibly exploring having in-house engineer at some time. So I'm just trying to find out, do we have to vote on this if we want to go in a different direction?
Well, this is for work
Mayor.
already done.
Yeah, it's
The work was done?
The work is already done.
So we
they
have
need
to pay
be
them?
paid, yeah.
Okay, then. Yes.
Yeah, so this is basically until the end of the year, but just wanted to put it on the radar for next year that we should be looking at possibly hiring engineers rather than doing this, or if we all collectively decide that we're going to use a firm to putting this out to bid again to see if we can lower the cost of this. But
Counselor, I think it would be great if we can have engineers on staff.
And can we stop them from doing any further work so that we don't incur any more, or they're going to keep working between now and then?
If you're not paying them, they're not going to work, but then everything comes to a halt.
Well, from what I understand, we will pay them, and I'm asking after that, is there anything that we can either add to this or put in writing so that they don't continue to do work until we're sure that we want to continue with this form of engineering service.
We're going to abide by the contract we have with them, and then once we can make a decision if we're
Right,
not-
so Councilor Williams just said that it's over the end of the year, and so I'm asking, after that point in time, I mean, up until that point in time even, so after that, do we have to continue? Is there any reason why we have to continue doing more work with them?
Mayor, may I speak?
Yeah.
I am in favor of, I concur with Councilor Williams, but I think it would be really difficult to have them stop doing any work. There are a lot of projects coming up. We don't really have an alternative at this point, so I think we should just continue to honor the contract.
This contract
No, I'm
does
not
end-
saying
this
not to
does end
honor
at
the
end of this year.
contract. Right.
This ends at the end of this year.
Correct.
So
That's
if you
what I
wanna go a
said.
different
That's what I
course,
heard
you
Councilor
apply
Williams
for that.
say, and my question was, after that, is there any reason that we should be moving forward until we as a body decide that that's what we want to do?
All I'm asking is that you continue with the contract to the end of the year pursuant to the terms of the contract.
Yeah, but, I mean, nobody was saying that we weren't going to honor the contract, so I guess the answer to my question would be no, we can move forward and discuss what we'd like to do after we pay this bill and until the end of the contract, which is in December, the end of December. Yeah.
Well, can I say something?
Yes, Councilor.
You can't just cut them off at the end of the year because there's applications that need to be processed that they do work on. They look at every application for a minor site plan over 250 square feet. So we can't, then you'll stop the whole review process of applications. So we have to have somebody on staff that's doing that review process.
Yeah, and well, that is at least answering the question that I was asking, and I appreciate you very much for answering the question that I was asking. Councilor Toller?
Yeah, I second what you're saying, Madam Mayor, not that it's an official second. Perhaps we can have this discussion at our special board meeting that'll be held in November. On the weekend to really decide which way we want to go after December 2024. That's just my recommendation for you.
Yes, Councilor.
I would just say also that we do need to be mindful, and I'll say this to the people at home, anybody still watching earlier stuff, that if we are going to pass the Complete Streets policy, there will be a ton of engineering work that will need to be done. We have a lot coming down the pike. I mean, all these regulations that come, about stormwater and all these things, it's an ever heavier load. And we will have to be mindful and economic in how we pay for it, but it's work that's going to need to be done. And the happy related news I'll say is that my son was just accepted to the University of Pittsburgh engineering program, so hopefully in 4 years, maybe we can have somebody to hire to take care of it.
So on resolution R24229, there was a motion and a second. Okay.
So
What's the motion that's on the table? Because
To adopt.
Ms. Toller, I thought, had made a motion.
And there was
to
no
table,
second.
And there was no second.
No, I didn't make an official motion.
Okay,
I was
okay,
just
all right,
stating
okay,
that
okay.
I understand that there's a motion.
But I do have
To
another
adopt.
question.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes. I just have another
Councilor
question.
Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
To accept this.
Yes, please.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller? No. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, so we're moving on to new business resolutions. Next, Councilor Birmingham, would you please do R24231?
Resolution R24231, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Foley Incorporated, authorizing the purchase of wheel loader for the Township of Montclair Department of Community Services in accordance with Sourcewell National Cooperative Purchasing Contract 011723 CAT. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
What's a wheel loader?
Oh,
there's discussion.
It up. Yeah. You and I.
You got to your buzzer.
Okay,
It's
Counselor
like-
Lockman?
It's a small wheel loader, and it has like a bucket thing here that scoops up maybe leaves or dirt or something, and it's cool. It's like your little boy would want this little toy. It's so cute.
Too, but what is it for? Like, what
I would say
exactly
if
is
you
it
had
for?
put leaves or something in, if they're
That,
in.
I think it empty.
Oh, there you go. Let's ask the expert.
Yes.
He's waiting around all this time. Rome, you and I are like on the same page.
Good evening. We use the wheel loader for loading salt, so loading and unloading salt, for leaf collection, for debris removal. It's a valuable piece of equipment. This is replacing a 1990 wheel loader, so it's long overdue.
Thank you. I saw Counselor Williams.
I think I probably already know the answer to this. We would never entertain buying a used one, per se.
No, we use we hold on to the equipment for long enough.
periods of
where-
time. Yeah, okay.
And they don't.
Counselor
make
D'Amato?
one- Sorry, they don't make one that runs on D batteries yet?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You're sure?
Counselor Toller?
Yeah, thank you. You said you use it to remove salt?
To load and unload salt. So when we get a delivery of salt at the community services yard, that needs to be loaded into our salt shed.
Mhm.
And that requires the use of a wheel loader.
And that salt's for snow removal?
Correct, for
So
de-icing
what
the
does
roads.
Schauger do if we're paying them to remove snow too? So it's a joint effort or?
So Schauger supplements our snow plowing operation.
Uh-huh.
In certain areas of the town, we still have snow plowing operations.
Mhm.
And in larger snowstorms, we could also deploy the cats for snow removal.
Okay, and is
straightaways.
this is budgeted into the budget for the township, or is this just?
Correct, this is a capital expenditure.
Thank you.
Yes. Counselor Lockman?
Just since Ms. Toller mentioned it, yes, Schlager does the snow removal, right? And we have a contract in there to approve tonight for snow removal and stuff. Are they on retainer? Like, we had no snow last year. Maybe one time I had to plow my driveway. So how does that work with our snow removal services?
So what will happen is when we anticipate a storm,
Yeah.
2 to 3 days before the storm, we
Yeah.
will call them if we feel that it will be necessary to
Yeah.
deploy them. And it depends on the amount of snow anticipated and who we can field. We used to use them for salting operations. We no longer do that. We have the salting in-house. So they're just supplementing our snow plowing operation with additional snow plows.
So our internals, we have internal snow plowing.
Correct.
Okay, so we only pay them if they're used. We don't
Correct.
have them on retainer, we don't give them anything to keep them, ready and willing to work with us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution R 24-233. Counselor Lockman, please.
233, 232, right? Yeah. Oh, she said 232. 232? Okay. So, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for consulting services in connection with the township's professional services as Affordable Housing Administrative agent and Affordable Housing Authority. That's resolution R-24-232.
Second word is affordable housing attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I read it again, just to be sure? Oh, we got it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it again. So R-24-232, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for consulting services in connection with the township's professional services as Affordable Housing Administrative Agent and Affordable Housing Attorney. I so move.
Second.
Discussion? I have a question. With the combined position for the Affordable Housing Administrative Agent and Affordable Housing Attorney, are they
close in salary? And if not, would it be costing less money to break up the two positions?
Can I
Mayor.
comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is, it's not a combined position. It's
Okay.
a separate, they put it under the same resolution because they're related.
Okay.
But it's a separate affordable housing attorney.
And
A
a
couple of years,
separate
and
one.
then a separate agent that will handle the affordable housing management.
Two separate people?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Any further discussion?
And just, Mayor, I was
Yes.
just going to just mention, I mean, this is, time is rather of the essence, so, and this is just a resolution to authorize us to issue an RFP for competitive contracting. As you all know, we just got the DCA numbers, our obligations, and we have a number of like really time-sensitive deadlines coming up, so both of these positions are very much needed.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, next resolution, please, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just want to note on the record that items number 7 and 8 on the agenda, the resolution numbers are incorrectly noted.
Okay.
So item 7, the true resolution number is R24201, which was tabled by the governing body on the 10th of September.
Mm-hmm.
And item number 8, the true resolution number is R24223, which was tabled by the governing body on the 8th of October.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, will you please read Resolution R223?
Okay, so this is Resolution R-24-201. A resolution awarding a contract to Detwiler Roofing LLC for Cornerstone House roof replacement project pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-53C. And I so move.
Second. A second.
Madam Mayor? I'm sorry, the clerk. Can you please tell me the number for the R24234? I thought it was 223. It's what?
Yes, ma'am, you're right. R24234 is 223, but I believe the deputy mayor just read item number 7.
201. Yeah.
Item number 7 she's reading.
Okay.
That was 201, it was tabled.
Discussion?
Yeah, just a quick question. I noticed that the bids that came in were much higher than what was negotiated. And I was just wondering why we didn't just scale back the work that would have been the bare minimum.
Yeah, Counselor, if you saw initially, it was for all parts, and then the first time, and then ultimately we did that and included a breakdown so we could pick and choose what we wanted to award. This is the Cornerstone building, for those who in the public who don't know, is the building next door, which is the Salvation Army houses people, and the roof is leaking. This is also grant money, so if we don't use the grant money to fix the roof, we have to turn the money back. So that's, but that's why we did it that way, to see as much as we can get. We can get the basics of getting the roof fixed, but I did actually sent our inspectors over there to see what was going on with the leaking and the leaking roof, et cetera, and there is leaks in the rooms that people are using, so we need to, if we can, get that fixed.
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, I know, I said this last time, and I'm going to say it again. I know it's not our money, it's grant money, but nonetheless, this is a building that ultimately will be torn down if we do our new municipal complex there, and I don't see the purpose in fixing buildings that are going to be torn down in a relatively short time, even though it's not coming out of our budget.
Anyone else?
I mean, they need their roof repaired, right?
They should be being aware that this building is not long for this world, let's say, because we intend to do a municipal complex there or do something there. And we should start the process of advising people that they
Yeah,
have
but
to
if you have
change.
leaky, if you have water coming in from your roof, like, that's not really a safe condition. I
haven't
understand
seen
what
it.
you're
I haven't
saying.
seen what
I
the
understand what you're
condition is,
saying, but
but-
like,
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying, Councilor Lockman, but I mean, we don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have a plan as of right now, and it is a shelter that houses unhoused people at the Salvation Army, so I would just recommend going ahead with this at this time.
Any further discussion? Councilor D'Amato? Any further discussion? No. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yep.
Councilor Lockman,
No.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Next resolution, please, Councilor Williams.
Resolution R-24-223, resolution to award a fair and open contract to H2M Associates, Inc. for environmental remediation project at 399 Orange Road. Move.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. At the last meeting, I did table it because I had some questions and concerns, and Ms. Talley wasn't here to answer them. I then went on and emailed Ms. Talley and Mr. LaPola to request that H2M just fix some of the language, if you will, the wording with some of the task numbers, and I see that most of it is here, so I'm very comfortable with moving forward with going ahead to approve this for 399 Orange Road. There's still one or two things, and perhaps maybe Ms. Talley can share with me why they couldn't address them, but as long as the town council will be getting reports after every sample, as long as we'll be getting monthly invoices and no surprises, things like that are now included in the language here, and I'm 90% comfortable with moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toller. Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Lockman,
Yes.
Councilor Toller, Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor Toller, would you please do R-24-235?
Sure, thank you. Resolution R-24-235, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A4-87. I so move.
I second.
Discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Williams?
This is for 399 Orange? Yeah. My only thing is, they should have just put the address in here also, but that's,
Yes. Discussion? Any further?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I don't know if this one should include that additional $5,000, or it should stay on this past resolution. Because we had some concerns about whether or not the township was going to have to pick up any costs.
This is just
Just the
to
grant
insert
money.
this into our budget,
Okay.
to accept the money to put in our budget. It's not anything else.
Okay, thank you.
All right?
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Lockman,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Moving to the next resolution, please, Councilor D'Amato.
Resolution R-24-236, resolution appointing members to People with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and I so move.
I second.
Second, Deputy Mayor? Do you want to?
Yes, so myself and the mayor support this resolution to appoint Joseph Calabrese, who's here today. Thank you, Joe, for being so patient, and Stuart Rubin, both longtime residents. They immediately volunteered to step up. They've already started contributing and attending the meetings. They come recommended by the current advisory committee members. I know Joe became involved in advocacy work. He has a lot of professional experience as well with people with special needs, and he became involved because of his son who has multiple special needs. I know that both of these individuals are very dedicated to improving the lives of people with disabilities in our town, and I'm very pleased to move this forward.
Any further discussion or comments?
I know Stuart Rubin, and I would highly recommend him as well. He's a wonderful person.
Madam Clerk.
Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving to the next resolution, please. Councilor Birmingham.
Resolution R24237, resolution authorizing renewal of contract to IPS Group, Inc. for proprietary support and maintenance services to parking meters. And I so move.
I second.
Discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilor Williams?
Yeah,
I'll explain.
Yes.
yes, please, because
Okay, and
I don't
apologize.
understand what
This is
Manager?
This is, confusing. There's actually two parts to this with the same company. One is the maintenance of the meters. The other part is we collect all the money. We have to pay them back. This authorizes us to then pay them their fee. So next time, this should be in two separate resolutions. So I apologize that there's confusion.
That part I got, but what I didn't get was the $660 per meter, and I was trying to back into the 75,000. What that's what I'm not getting there. I don't know what the $75,000 for, and then it breaks out. It says it's in the memo. It says it's $6.60 per single space meter. I don't know what
that means.
Yeah, what does that mean? I tried to back into the 75,000. 75,000 divided by 545 meters. That's $137 a meter. I don't know what that means. The 660. That's what I was confused about.
Okay, well.
Yeah, there's two fees, but just from the memo, it doesn't look like we have any double meters, which we get charged $25 a meter. We have 545 single meters at six, but I don't know what that means.
Excuse me, please, would you come to the mic, because we'd like to hear your information, and thank you for being here with us.
From what I'm understanding is that $75,000 is a not to exceed cap, but it is $6.60 per meter for support services when needed.
So is this a not to exceed contract?
There's a total of $114,000. That's a not to exceed. Part of it is for support services, maintenance services, and some part of it is when people pay the credit card fees. That credit card fees come, part of that goes to IPS,
that's
and
fine.
that's
the $39,000. I'm just trying to figure out what the $75,000 is. I'm just not following this.
That $75,000.
It says that's the average for the last 3 years. I can get you a breakdown if, yes.
That's the maximum not to exceed.
We know that.
No, I get that's the max, what not to exceed, but what is the $660 per meter? What does that?
What's that mean?
What does that mean? I mean, every time they go to service the meter is $660. I don't know what that means.
I will phone I will contact Manny and get you, but I'm pretty sure that $6.60 per meter if they ask for support services.
I tried to reach him today, but he was out sick, so.
Mayor, I have a question. Do we have any multi-space meters? This only mentions that we have 545 single-space parking meters.
We recently bought some multi-space meters for, in a parking lot.
It's a machine. Basically, a single meter is a single meter. Multi is the pay station.
Pay station. What is the lot that we recently bought?
I don't recall. I haven't followed up lately. Well, there's one in Crescent.
No.
No. Midtown Deck.
Midtown Deck has one, and there is a lot also, not parking deck. There is a lot.
Yeah, I don't need to call.
Council Williams, was your question answered? Do we need more information before we vote on this? Where are we with this?
Is it for discussion, right?
No, it's for a vote.
It's
up to you.
It's just to echo that the math is just 545 spaces at $6.60 comes to like less than $4,000. So I think that's where just the question, the confusion of where we're now saying it's
75.
The annual cost is $75,000.
Per call, maybe per call $660 per call per month. Let me do the per month if you did the per month.
It's just confusing. This needs to be clear as you know, whatever, and it's not clear. And we can't, we're new at this, and we can't approve something that we
Is
don't
time of the
understand.
essence here?
I will put it off till the next meeting.
Okay.
There is no withdrawing a motion.
Yeah.
So the motion's withdrawn, and you're going to table it to the first meeting in November, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you. Moving along, please, to Resolution R24-238.
Okay, resolution R24-238. Resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Angels Landscape Contractors and Suburban Sidewalks, Inc. for snow plowing and removal services for township parking facilities. Bid number 24-10. I so move.
Second. Discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. Again, I'm just trying to understand, we're paying Schauger, we just bought a new salt remover, now we have Angels Landscaping doing sidewalk and snow plowing. I guess my first question is there an affirmative action report for this vendor, and should it be attached to this? Because this was an issue that I had with Schauger Group. Without, they don't hire minorities. I just want to ensure before we're paying another company to do more work in town that their affirmative action report is up to date. And what would this contractor be doing that's different than what Schauger could be doing or would be doing or contracted to do?
Councilor Williams?
I think I know. I think it's different parts of town because they answered.
Manager LaPola?
This is parking facilities.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you stay?
It's parking facilities.
Yeah, this is only for parking. We did a bid for one for the regular township facilities and one bid for the parking facilities. This is parking. This vendor was selected, was bid for parking, for decks and sidewalks around the parking decks and the parking lots.
So you're saying...
Councilor Toller, did that answer your question?
Yes, it did, but
Okay.
it just seems a little odd. If we have staff, you're saying, well, I guess we don't have enough staff to do the work.
Supplementing. These are also supplementing,
So
just
we
like
need
the general.
3 or 4 outside vendors to help us with snow.
Yes, these two, it seems like these two are local, Angels and Suburban are local. And
Okay, and Mr. LaPola, if you can please ensure that you can email me their affirmative action report, which should be on file.
Yes, Counselor.
Thank you.
And can I just say something?
Councilor Lockman?
I just know that they at least hire one minority, because the one minority is on one of our boards that works for this company.
Thank you for that.
Any further discussion, please? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Deputy Mayor, please do the next resolution.
Resolution R-24-239, resolution amending the fair and open contract of Cleary Giacobbe Alfieri Jacobs LLC as special counsel for labor and employment matters for calendar year 2024. I so move.
Second. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
I'm sorry. Yeah, can I just ask, is this for the police contract being negotiated?
No, this is our labor council for the township. That they handle personnel, they help out HR, and they do employment litigation and investigations for the township.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Councilor Williams, Resolution R-24-240.
Resolution R-24-240, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A 4-87, 2025 pedestrian bicycle school bus grant. So moved.
Second. Discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I just have a basic question. I'm not clear on what exactly this money is going to be going to. Like what?
Yeah,
What is it going to be used for? I mean, I'm glad to see it's something to do with pedestrian bicycle school bus safety, but it's not clear from this document.
Manager?
Whenever we're, the normal course is when we're asking that the revenue be included in the budget, we don't include the finance does not include a memo explaining what it's for. So whenever we're putting accepting a grant or amending our budget or asking local government services whether we can to allow us to amend our budget, we don't include a memo explaining what that grant is if you look at the other ones, but we can provide you with that information.
Yes, please. It would be just good to know.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Are we comfortable voting on this evening? Deputy Mayor?
I would really like to get more information
I'll get you more
before voting on it.
But this is just to accept money?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm just clear, like, this is just to accept money?
Yes. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, then that's fine.
We're okay?
But I think we need an explanation.
We do.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to say, even though if we approve it and accept it, if we can get a follow-up with what the money's going to be spent on and how it'll be utilized in the town would be appreciated.
And who manages
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you, Councilor Toller and Councilor Lockman. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution R-24-241. Councilor Toller?
Thank you. Resolution R-24-241, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to NJEdge.net, Inc. under Edge Market Cooperative Pricing System Contract, EMSS-19-002, for the redundant internet circuits for the township's internet access for a period of 3 years. I so move, but I have some questions.
Second.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Councilor Toller?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand if this, and is Mr. Fan still here? Is this going to interfere with the, anything have to interfere with the 5G ordinance that may or may not be going on? And if you can really explain what this is going.
No, this is not going to be interfere with the 5G ordinance. This internet service provider is through fiber optics, directly pulling cable to our data center at 1 Pine Street.
Okay.
So for the fire department.
So So can I ask a question?
Yes, Councilor Lockman?
So what is this? This is really to have extra
No,
backup?
this is for the internet service for the Township of Montclair.
Yeah, but when you say it's redundant service, what, I thought that meant it's like kind of a backup to in case something goes
So
screwy?
we have, on the contract, they have two providers.
Yeah.
And then they have, they all host pull the fiber cable at one Pine Street
Yeah.
with the different directions. They're not going to be pulled at the same path. In case one fiber optic go down for one
Yeah,
provider,
that's-
and then the other one will
Right,
be
that's what I was thinking.
available, yes. And also, if one go down, let's say on somewhere in the path going to Montclair, something happens, someone hit the utility post, the other service provider will provide, because this go to different routes, and then it will continue provide internet service to the Township of Montclair.
Good. Any further questions? No? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor D'Amato, please, Resolution R24241.
R24240, no, it's.
No, I'm
excuse me.
sorry, 242.
R24242, a resolution awarding a non-fair and open contract to Spatial Data Logic, STL, for proprietary software license agreement pursuant to J.S.A. 40A1151DD. I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
What is this?
Counselor Williams?
So I looked through this and it says only 5 departments use this software, and not sure what this software does.
Yeah.
So this software is majority for the building and code enforcement departments. They are issuing permit, construction permit for the building department. For the code enforcement, they issue violations. And also tax assessor use it to for the property information or look at the construction permit for the tax assessor office, as well as a planning office in case they need to look at some certain property for the past construction permit, what has been done on that property.
But what does this software actually do?
Generating the permit, collecting
generates the permit.
Generating the permit, generating the violation, collect the permit revenues.
Oh.
Okay.
What are they using now, currently?
Spatial Data Logic.
Okay.
This is just a renewal. We've been
Okay.
using this software
Is this-
for many years.
So this is the best option out there? This is,
I am in the process working with code enforcement and building department to look at the different software, I think called GovOS, because I do hear back some feedback from the other department, both departments, the pros and cons. So I'm in the process looking to GovOS to do a comparison, and also involving the department who is using this software daily to get their feedback.
okay, so you're looking at other vendors,
yes.
if you will, and this is asking for 1 year?
Yes, 1 year, up to May 30th of 2025.
Can I just ask a question?
Counselor Lockman?
So, Mr. Fan, if you move to another vendor, is there a setup process that takes time, or backup process that you keep the information that you've given in past years? And is that included in pricing generally, or how does that
So
work?
that will be let's say we go to get the proposal from the other vendor, that's also set up fee, data transfer fee,
So all
and that's
that,
all
yeah.
will be included, will be considered, put
Yeah.
in the proposal.
So there's a cost to move to another vendor, thank you.
Most likely, yes.
Counselors, anyone else? Counselor Toller?
Just one last question. I see it says for 27 seat renewals. Is that 27 employees?
27 computer.
Okay, thank you.
27 computer plus 1 license is free. Didn't mention it is for the server because we host this application on premise.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Next resolution, please.
Resolution R24243, resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract to Zencity Technologies US Inc. for a software license agreement of the Township Manager Office's strategy planning tool for a period of 3 years. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Councilor Lockman? Councilor Toller? Councilor Williams?
Yeah. I think Councilor Toller mentioned it before, too. Why are we, this seems to be for the township manager position as a strategy document of software to help with that process. And I'm not sure if we're moving perhaps to a new town manager, wouldn't we wait and see if that new town manager would want this kind of software? Or is this customary to have this? Or
this was brought to my office from the township manager,
Oh.
and then plus it's not just only for the township manager, this is also for the planning and zoning department. Let's say they want to do a pilot program, they can gather all the information, feedback from the community, from the gather all the social media and everything into one portal, and then they can help us analyzing the data. So it will be data-driven, provide you data statistic, report, then not just help the manager, also mayor and council to make the better decisions.
Question. I'm sorry.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. This is for 3 years, though. Is there any way we can do this for 1 year, or does the contract have to be for 3 years? Because as Councilor Loftman stated, you know, if we're moving into a new manager, we're not certain what his or her wishes or desires would be, what to use and how to utilize it to work with other departments. Would it be more efficient, you know, dollar-wise, to maybe enter into a 1 year? Because 3 years, I'm just asking, and what's being used now to
I'll be
communicate?
honest, this contract was brought to my office, and then so for
Oh,
me
okay,
to
so then
review.
Mr. LaPola can maybe answer that question. I heard you.
Manager?
Okay, this program, while it says the manager's planning document, system is really for the township. This was brought to our attention by Councilor Birmingham, who has seen this work, I believe, in Princeton and other places. It's a fascinating, interactive thing with the community. It's not for the manager, him or herself, but rather how to gather information, how to provide information to the public. You would, if you see how I saw the demonstration, for example, if you have a project that's going on, somebody can go in, click on it, and find all the information about it, narratives, etc. It's really a way to get information to and from the public to assist you in making decisions. While it says it's for the manager, it really is for as much for the governing body, no matter who the manager is. If that's an accurate synopsis there, Councilor.
Councilor Williams?
I want to encourage these sorts of thinking outside of the box things, but was this program run by the comms person, the new communications person? Just because when I read through it, it seems that what it does is it goes out to social media and it goes out to different things, and it extracts information and gives you feedback of what the constituents are thinking about, but Montclair's constituents aren't shy, right?
Yes, Councilor Birmingham.
So I think Princeton has a good model of this, and they have it's called a civic engagement hub. And because one of the things I think when we say that Montclair's constituents aren't shy, it is a small amount of people who aren't. Like, a lot of people are just living their lives and not coming to meetings or even not emailing us. And what this does, so for, like, if we think about in the next 3 years, what we're going to be dealing with, we're going to have Lackawanna Plaza, we're going to have this complete streets, all this Vision Zero,
police headquarters,
affordable housing, lots of major, all of the infrastructure that we are going to be doing. And with this software, and it's $17,000 a year, so it's not an enormous chunk of money. But yes, we want value, of course, for our money. But like what this does is if you are, you haven't been paying attention, or maybe you are somebody who pays a lot of attention, you can click on, police station, and then you can see every meeting that's been held, the timeline for the project. You can comment on you can put your words in there, so you don't have to come to the meeting. You can literally put it. It doesn't have to necessarily be an email to us, and then they can say, we've gotten 50 emails about this project, or we have people worried about this intersection, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, we don't necessarily have to, I don't know if we have to vote on it tonight if people are not comfortable, but I'm a big fan of transparency, and one of the things I thought about Lackawanna Plaza was that it was not a transparent process, and I think, for me, I think a lot of discord might have been prevented if we could just be more transparent.
Councilor Lockman?
Can we see a demonstration so we know what you're talking about, or how do we see that?
Yes, we can arrange that.
Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be great, because
Yeah.
I just have a question. You said it can be collected. Who would be the collector of the information?
This will be run by the, if I may, Mayor, that will be run by the new communication director. Because at that time, when I put this together, I'm the interim, so that's why I'm putting out for the, put that up for the resolution for you guys to vote at. But this will be run by the new communication director.
Good.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
I
Deputy
wasn't
Mayor?
done. I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
That's
Councilor
okay.
Toller.
That's okay. I was letting Tony
I'm sorry,
Mr. Fan
ma'am.
finish.
I'm sorry.
The synthesizing of this info is going to take place when, or about when, if we approve this tonight?
Actually, the motion is in progress, and then, so if we approve it, then we can start using it as of, once the PO is cut, and then by the finance department, we can start using it within a week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor?
So I like the description of what it does. It sounds like the kind of thing that can, creates a lot of efficiencies around data analysis, and I think that's really good. I did want to know, is the 3-year contract term, is that their minimum?
I think that contract pricing is negotiated down already, because I think the pricing is a little bit more than $17.5 per year. Since they are anxious to work with Township of Montclair, I think they reduced the pricing to $17.5 per year.
Okay, but I just wanted to know if the 3-year term of the contract is what they require at a minimum.
I think that was, they recommended, so if you want to go to just 1 year, the single year pricing may be increased more than $17.5. And that's something I have to reach out back to the account manager and find out for you.
So you're saying that the longer the term, the lower the amount?
Usually, the multi-year contract is, your pricing is lower. That's sometimes we would do that. Same thing with the IPS, the Internet Service Provider. We usually do a 3-year contract. We get the better pricing from the providers, all the vendors.
It sounds like it's worth trying.
Councilor Lockman, and then Councilor Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, has our new communications person taken a look at this? Because he might be the major user.
So the person who looked at this is myself, Ms. Norma Tassi, and Janice Taddy. And we already look at that, 3-person look at it, the demo. We already have a platform, like a demo platform for Montclair. We already start looking into it. So the baseline is created, again, to make this legally for the statute legally. So we need a PO, and then due to a 3-year agreement, we need a resolution.
And you all 3 thought it was a good idea?
Yes, 3 of us, 3 department head was concurrently agreed.
Oh, thank you.
Councilor Williams?
Yeah, I would like for the communications person to chime in on this also. It sounds like it's a good idea, and I would also like to see a demo. But do you mind if we table paying for it tonight, and then get the demo and get the comms person up on board, and then revisit first?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine for me.
Yeah, so if you approve it, the training will be continued, because we kind of pause at that moment because we don't have a PO. So we need, if you want, once a PO issued, the training will continue. We definitely including the new communication director who recently joined the manager office, and then we will make sure he up to date. And then I will contact the account manager, because they are different time zones. So let's find out from them when we can do a live demo during a council meeting.
Councilor, I'm sorry, Councilor Birmingham, and then Councilor Lockman.
So I think we're saying that for tonight, we're going to table, like, we're not going to approve it because I think people don't know enough about it. And so perhaps, and you can see it, like Princeton, you can look at their site, and there are other towns that have it. But if you want a demonstration, maybe.
I will see if they have a link, that the YouTube link, maybe give you like a 5-minute YouTube link. If not, then I will see if they can give you a live demonstration.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it has to be during a meeting, if people want to just see it, like, you know, I
yeah,
just
we
think
probably,
that-
if I can get, if they don't have a link, I maybe have to do 3 different meetings.
Yeah, and so do you think your impression for communicating to people in the town about projects going on or
make it
eliciting information, you think it would be
Yes, it
valuable?
will make the communication director's job much easier to collect all the data and broadcast out all the data to all the channel, all the social media channel or website. They also collecting all the news from different news media group and talk about Montclair, whatever the project they have ongoing. They're automatically collecting those data, so that is time saving, give you real data statistic, and for you guys to make the decision. Help you guys make a better decision for the project moving forward or otherwise.
Yes.
I mean, we've spoken about this before, Mr. Fan, but for me personally, what's most important would be to get a good, and we have something already, issue reporting system that is visible to everybody, that creates tickets, that allows problems to be not disappear and to be tackled. So hopefully they have a module for this as well, or we can integrate with our other software so that.
Well, the software you're talking about, I believe is a Q alert for the resident to on the website or from their mobile app to reporting any township issues such as street light, potholes, anything related to the township. Currently, each department have a designated people to respond to the ticket, close out the ticket, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is Deputy Township Manager Brian Scantlebury in charge of that.
Yes. Well, enhancing that and making that an everyday tool for residents will be the difference between.
I will work with the new communication director, Matt, to do another facelifting up to broadcast out to the residents.
Excellent, excellent.
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, just in line with that, there should be something like right there on the front page of the website says problem, push this button.
We did.
Where is it?
It's on the homepage, one of the top page, one of the button.
And what's it, report an issue?
Yes.
Well, why don't you call it something different, like put stars around it or something, like problem, press here, complain here, yeah.
All right, we will.
And one more question, is this a new company? Have they been around for a while?
Yes.
Oh, they haven't, so they're starting.
This is a lot, I believe, Councilor Birmingham can verify that. I think this software, the Zencity, is being utilized a lot, not just for local government, they also use it for a lot of big Fortune companies.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And I just think that moving forward, as we begin to get our subcommittees in place, when we have things like this that may assist with communications, it would be a good idea to run it by our communications subcommittee. I know we haven't really, talked a lot about them, but just a thought that the communications subcommittee would be a great place for something like this.
We just received an invitation from Councilor Williams for our first meeting this Friday at 2 p.m., right?
Great. We look forward to having you with us. Okay, moving right along then. Oh, so we...
the motion to adopt that resolution is withdrawn and the governing body's tabling it to November 12th?
Yes,
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
I know she is. Where are we? We are at the bill list.
Okay. So Bill, sorry. The bill list, Resolution R-24-244. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively, and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. Total amount $1,597,354.98.
Discussion?
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mayor, may I have a movement and a second, please?
I'm sorry.
Can we just,
Okay, who's going to move it? You, Carmel?
I did.
And I'll second it?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Discussion?
I have a couple of things. What do we pay over the course of the whole year to dispose of grass cuttings? Is it like 5 times that bill? $250,000? Like, how much do we pay a year?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Because what is it in here? $60,000? What am I looking at?
Nature's Choice. It's on 867.
$64,000 for the collection and disposal of grass cuttings, and which can be composted. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's, we're supposed to go through the bill list, and there are a couple of things that pop out. And by the way, since I gave a shout out to one of my kids, I'll give one to the other whose eyes popped out when I showed her the other one, which was hazing the geese. We pay for geese hazing, which we had to look up as a thing. But I would love an explanation at some point of why we're paying so much to get rid of grass when I feel like we could put it somewhere and let nature do its trick. But I'll pay for it if we already contracted for it.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Councilor
I-
Birmingham.
So I see that the rent is we're paying rent on the senior community center. Is that open?
That's the 1 month security and the first
Okay.
month's rent.
1 month and first month?
The security.
Oh, security plus one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Security plus
Security plus
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Okay. And then my other question is, I see the bunch of PSE&G bills. Is this something that we're going, is this going to be coming under one bill in the future? Or
The goal would be to put all PSE&G bills compiled to one location, which one person will be paying.
Thanks.
And we have bed bugs somewhere?
Bob, we had a
Yes, we did.
yeah,
Oh, my God.
bed bug issue in this building, actually,
Really?
where someone spotted a bed bug. So we had some dog, is the dog's name Roscoe? Roscoe came and did a search. There were some hot spots, but we did not find any more
Oh.
bed bugs. We literally had an inspector say, an inspector saw one bed bug in a hallway. And we did have to get rid of some furniture that was quite old because there were some hot spots, but we did not find any more bed. In other words, when Roscoe doesn't leave, there's a problem. I'm not an expert in bed bugs, but I do remember
I do.
when Roscoe was here.
I
Is Roscoe a dog?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
A big dog,
beagle?
too.
Oh.
Yes.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. Yes, please. Is the mic on?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
I was able to get hold of Mr. Germano, and he explained to me it's $6.60 per meter per month, and plus the estimated repair cost. And he said in the resolution they put $75,000 is the average per year paid in the last 3 years. That is the reason he put $75,000 to not to exceed estimated cost.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back. I don't know what that is. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and resume the meeting.
Or
Can we do this?
No.
First they have to, I think they're going to do my.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're back. And thanks to Mariana Horta for bringing us some delicious treats. We appreciate you. And we're moving on to Resolution R24-244, Manager.
I think you passed the bills list?
No, I think it's the report.
Oh.
I'm sorry. We're going to go to the 2024 Best Practices Inventory Results.
Thank you, Mayor. I had emailed and also, it's a long day already, and distributed copies of this. This is a survey we are required to do by state law, Department of DCA, Local Government Services, and it's basically measures if you maintain certain things that they consider to be best practices in good government, that you have to reach a certain score in which, in order to get 100% of your state aid, we reach that score. We have a score of 45. It's out of a possible, it says 47, and the two issues that we didn't get the thing on are, one, the budget for this year was not introduced by February 10th, and the other one is we do not have a official, we don't have an official hybrid alternate fuel fleet policy.
Oh,
so
okay.
Once
So
that
next
happens,
year we'll get the
I'm
full
sure you will.
47.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's
Great work.
what it is. But this is, and if you have any other questions, you're not required to vote on this. It was submitted to
Excellent.
the state on Friday, but we are obligated to discuss it in public and make it part of the record. So
Some great
those are the
news.
only
Thank
two
you.
things that we did not get points on. Everything
Excellent.
Can we get extra credit for it?
Excellent.
I don't know if you get 100, maybe you get like a lollipop or something. I don't know. So
Excellent. Anyone wish to make any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear what Maja had to say. Did you have something to add to this, or no?
No, overall, in general, we did very well, except for those 2 points that
Ms.
we
Maja,
lost.
I'm sorry, please speak into the mic because I'd love for the people at home to benefit from your wisdom.
Okay. The survey has several unscored questions also. These unscored questions are to just test it out. The DCA is gathering data to introduce some new items for next year, but otherwise it's generally like the scored questions are generally like they gave like a year's worth or something, like a heads up. Hey, these are the kind of questions that are coming that will be scored towards your score with the full to get the full amount of the state aid. If we don't get a minimum required amount of score, which is 35 here, in this year it is 35 points is the minimum score. If we don't get, we will lose a certain portion of state aid, but we got very good, except like 2 points we missed. Other than that, we did very well.
Thank you.
We get the full 100% of the state aid.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything?
Just one more question.
No.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Counselor, I'm sorry. Counselor Toller, were you finished? Do you have any more questions?
Yes, I just had a question from Mr. Burr, if he had any input from this, and he said no, he did.
Okay, Counselor
I
Lockman?
just want to ask the manager, who fills this out?
I fill that out, but I'll gather all the information from all departments because, as you can see,
Okay.
many of them are department-related operational
and
questions.
before it's filed, the clerk and I both have to approve it. Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question, please, Manager. Who is our ethics board?
We don't have an ethics board.
Okay. But we didn't lose any points
No.
from that?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Is that a good thing for us to have an ethics board?
Ethics, are
It's
you,
something you might want to consider.
Yes.
whose ethics are you talking about? Is it
I'm reading on page...
Government officials,
maybe us and-
Yeah.
you and the employees of the
Right,
company.
I'm reading on here, and they ask about an ethics board, and I'm always interested in ethics, and I was just wondering if it's something that we'd want to consider moving forward, since you were kind enough to share the document with us. Guess we'll talk about that another time. Okay. No further discussion, and at this point in time, we're going to move into executive session. No. I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. I'd rather that we do the good of the order first and then go into the executive session, because I know that a lot of people at home want to hear what's going on, and I know that since we did not have an opportunity, some of you may wish to make comments regarding some of the things that were said earlier during public comment, or just share with the public. So at this point in time, I'm going to we're going to have good of the order, and we're going to start with Councilor Toller.
Thank you. Just a few reminders for the community of some upcoming events. The Eureka Lodge will be having a Halloween party this Thursday, 173 Glen Ridge Avenue from 5 to 8. There will be some adult fun in town for Halloween. Vanguard Theater costume. Paper Plane is having an event. Montclair is having a bingo event at Just Jake's. All ticketed, so you can visit their website. Just a gentle reminder about First Thursdays at the Montclair Art Museum, which is November 7th. Dia de Muerto, am I saying that correctly? Day of the Dead event at Montclair Art Museum from 5 to 9. We're going to do recognition for our veterans, the brave men and women who have served. Township Veteran Day service will be held at Edgemont Park on 11/11/24 at 11 a.m. Our Township Cope Drive initiative will soon be underway. We're partnering with St. James Church. Please stay tuned for more information about that on our website. I want to thank Mayor Baskerville for initiating our Halloween treats today with families, and with the help of the HR director, and I believe Ms. Tassie was involved in helping with that as well. It was a really fun day this afternoon for the children and families, and we want to thank Mike for his wonderful, wonderful gelati. These two things that I'm going to mention here are from our last meeting, but I think they're still relevant to today. We didn't have this good of the order the last time because we got out so late. I just wanted to congratulate our newest police officer, Louis Albanese, who successfully completed his one-year probationary period. So welcome to the Montclair family. And we want to congratulate Chief Conforti for his recognition by the Essex County Italian Heritage Committee for his outstanding work in the community and beyond. We need to give a special thank you to our custodian, Michael Perez, who works right here and also at the Montclair Inn. National Custodians Day was October 3rd, and as I stated, we weren't able to do good of the order then. Gentle reminder for our seniors, the Senior Tax Freeze Program, the deadline will be Halloween, October 31st. If you haven't done so, please visit the website. You can get all the information you need there. Again, special thanks to Chief Conforti and Deputy Young for their meeting with myself and the residents of Hilltop Place. I believe that we had a productive meeting. The residents were able to leave and feeling a bit safer in the community with some things that were presented to them. So I just wanted to extend a thank you to them. Again, another hearty thank you to Ms. Deirdre Malloy and the entire Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee members for their dedication, hard work, and due diligence to the residents of Montclair. I'm going to acknowledge Ms. Talley. She and I met about 2 weeks ago. I want to thank her for agreeing to host the first ever public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant funding. I think it was a great meeting. The residents were able to share pertinent information regarding the best use of funds they would like to see for improvements within the 4th Ward in those specified areas. Another bit of information for our 4th Ward residents, the Montclair Police Department has a community service unit, and our designated officer is Lisa Peterson. She is our liaison for the 4th Ward. She's available to assist residents with any and all police-related questions or matters. You can easily spot Officer Peterson throughout the 4th Ward, whether she's on foot, riding a scooter, or biking. She proudly proclaims her Montclair Mountie status. If you see her in her blue Mountie shirt, say hello, take a minute to greet her, and have a chat. I did want to respond to the thoughtful emails that were sent from Montclair United Soccer, is it? Club, thank you. The portrayal of events as having been conducted in a sneaky way is entirely unfounded. I think if anyone had taken the time to review the meeting that night instead of relying on a misleading narrative from an email, they would have been able to see for themselves that nothing was handled convertedly. The turf item was an item up for discussion, and during those talks, I was asked if I wanted to put it to a vote, to which I replied yes. Now, if that's considered being sneaky, then so be it, but it's not anything that was done in any sneaky manner. Again, I was asked, and I said yes. I believe it's essential for our community to take the initiative to research information independently rather than being misled. I do value the numerous emails and conversations I've had with families over the past 2 weeks, and a common theme in their feedback was that many of them did not attend the meeting nor go back and verify for themselves actually what transpired that night. But it's okay. We got through tonight. It was great to hear from all the wonderful athletes and families and students, and as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, that we're going to work as a unit and perhaps meet with some stakeholders and figure out what the best next steps will be. On a different note, I just want to say that I firmly believe that words matter and we should select them carefully when discussing other colleagues. The notion that a colleague who believes they possess superior knowledge over their peers, regardless of reasoning, must acknowledge that we are all equals with no hierarchy among counselors. Decision-making is always free from malice or ill intent, and not every topic necessitates approval or justification from other counselors. Instead, we should embrace our collective expertise as we strive toward the shared goal of enhancing our community. In conclusion, while I understand that some colleagues may wish to expand their knowledge or may be unfamiliar with certain topics, it's vital to foster an environment of mutual respect. Furthermore, there should be openness to learn about areas that may be unfamiliar without preconceived judgments. Without respect, our governing body will function no better than those who came before us. Thank you.
I just one question, please, Councilor Toller. When you mentioned, and I heard a couple of people earlier mention that there was never a public hearing on community development block grants ever before, what exactly does that mean?
Well, like I said, when I spoke with Janice, Ms. Talley via Zoom, we had a meeting, and she said that there hasn't been one for a public hearing. Montclair Local picked up a story as well, stating that there was never a public hearing, and I think what she meant was as far as community engagement, having residents come to the table and have a say as far as what they would like to see or have done with funds utilized in specific areas.
And so I'm just a little concerned because when it says public hearing, I recall for at least 12 years that we had situations that were called public hearing, and they were for the people that wanted to apply to come in and tell the rest of the people that were here about their application and what they were doing.
Right.
I don't recall a situation where just the community came in, although we did have several where the community came in to learn about the what you can use it for. So I'm just maybe semantics, but I don't want people to think that for years there were no opportunities for the public to be heard or for the people to talk about their applications and for people to learn, because we've always had learning opportunities. We had some in the 4th Ward in the firehouse, and we had some in this building.
Great.
So I'm just trying to figure out. And,
I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, not at all. I was just trying to get clarification on exactly.
When I met with Janice, I went on our website and looked at how the community development block grant information was posted. It was very vague. It wasn't very clear. It almost made you feel like if you were a resident and not a nonprofit, you don't have a say at the table or can even participate in the discussion. I also mentioned to Janice, and I think I sent it via email, I may have copied some of you, that I went on other municipality websites, and when you look up community development block grant, the information is crystal clear, almost tap dancing at you, that residents are 100% entitled to be part of the discussion and should be part of the discussion. Janice then had, I guess, Mr. Fan change the language on our website so that it reads more user-friendly. It's not as vague. So a lot of the residents felt like this is the first time they've ever heard of this, okay, that they can actually have a say. Overall, it was a good night, so thank you for clearing up that.
I heard it was a wonderful night, and I applaud you for taking the initiative to pull it together. I was just sitting here, and I heard it so many times, I just felt the need to let people know, because just as some people came here and suggested that the vote or the thought that we might have voted on the turf was something that was, you know, underhanded type of thing. When you hear that there was never any public hearings, it might send the wrong message to people.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Mayor?
you and Janice. Yes, sir, Manager.
I just want to add that this was advertised for the entire township, that it was open to everyone. And based on some of the comments from the public, that was not clear. And the other thing, just for the way the process works, we will receive the applications from all the interested parties. They will be given to you. There will be at our meeting, first meeting in December, they will make presentations. You individually will score them, and then we will calculate them and allocate the money based on your scoring. So,
and that's for the nonprofits, not necessarily the one that Janice is going to present from the information she got from the residents yesterday. So just to make that clear. And one other thing that I have to say, and I apologize if I'm monopolizing the time.
No, but then can you just clarify that? Because the projects that come in for that the township will put forth, we used to have a say-so in that. We're not going to have a say-so this time?
We do.
Okay.
But I was just saying that the manager was saying that we're going to score, but the scoring is the nonprofit agencies. I don't know if the scoring involves what Janice is going to compile based on what residents.
Usually we just discuss those as a group and then decide which township you know, where we want them to go. Yeah.
You make a decision in terms of any money you want to allocate to a municipal project.
That's right.
That's different. We don't make a presentation.
And it's also just it's not just for the Fourth Ward, although the overwhelming majority of all the areas that actually qualify are in the Fourth Ward. And Councilor Toller, as you were kind enough to tell me that the map demonstrated that this year the only areas in town are in the Fourth Ward.
Supplied, yes.
And so, it's just a new thing, and I thank you for helping me with that, because I know in the past there have been other areas other than in the Fourth Ward that financially were eligible. Now, perhaps because of the amount of development that we've had, now there's just nowhere else in the township
unless
that
she just gave
qualifies.
Us areas highlighted in yellow that were in the Fourth Ward.
Perhaps because of the meeting, because I know in the past, even like some of the walkways that we have in areas that are not in the Fourth Ward, in the past, I know that many of them have qualified to be looked at as township properties, and some of the other things that some of the groups that service at least 51% of people that are in the low and moderate income group would then, you know, qualify. Those groups would qualify, and they may not be in the Fourth Ward physically.
She's going to share the map and the PowerPoint with everyone, and I'll make sure that you get a copy. Like I said, what she gave us last night, it was for the Fourth Ward. The areas in yellow is, she said, what we should focus on. One other thing I just wanted to make sure, this is for the Township Manager, that at our next meeting, the presentation will go on. I know that we have some new set of rules, if you will, on how we put things on the agenda, but this was asked back in September 28th for a presentation on the state regs.
For the
not for the state regs, so that we understand redevelopment law, and it wasn't on for today. So I'm not sure what happened there, but I'm just asking now that it's going to hopefully be on for November.
I believe I responded that the attorney, it's not Riker Danzig, the attorney.
But whomever it is, like I don't understand what happened. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilor Toller, are we still talking about community development?
No.
Okay,
I
what
said
are we
on a
talking
separate
about?
note. I was
what
just
is the
making sure.
regs?
No, I didn't mean the regs. I meant the state redevelopment laws is a presentation that I
Okay, so that's going to go.
Concern pilots, a whole bunch of things regarding Lackawanna.
At the conference meeting? Okay, November the 9th?
Well, no, Mr. Lapola said that it would go on for the next meeting in November, not the conference meeting, not our special meeting, I should say.
The 12th.
12th.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
With saying okay, I thought for presentations, we want 3 people to confirm.
November the 12th.
And I have no idea what you're talking about.
This was submitted back in September 28th, prior to the new workings of the order of agenda that you guys created and wanted to do.
So just you want to hear this, and you don't know if any other counselors want to hear this?
Regulations for? It's not for regulations. This is for the redevelopment law, so that we as counselors understand what our rights are, what we can ask. It has to do with pilots. It has to do with a lot of things. I've sent many emails to everyone. If you'd like for me to forward to you again, I will.
I would like to know about the redevelopment.
But I had a second and a third on it back in September 28th.
Redevelopment laws.
Pilots, all sorts of things that we don't know.
Okay.
When we had the presentation, when we designated
And this is going to be 10 minutes?
We'll see.
Well, no, because we're not going to just see without, we're going to give a certain amount of time, because we're limiting the amount of time.
I would imagine it'll be more than 10 minutes.
Okay, so I would imagine we're going to give it a max of 15 minutes, because that was the other thing that we discussed in the communications thing, that we didn't want to just take up that. So can we get it, you know, whatever, an abridged presentation?
That would be quite a
maximum of 15 minutes.
Can I just ask, though, like, we're going to pay a lawyer for a billable hour of, like, I don't know, $400, and then they're going to come for 15 minutes? Like, I don't.
Oh.
I'm confused. Like, we're going to get it, because they're going to probably bill us to make a presentation and to give the, come here. So is there a cost involved in this? I think that's.
I would assume there would be. I didn't.
Yes, there's a cost in that. You are right, it will be
Do we know how much? Like, approximately?
I think their rate is $185 an hour. So.
Okay, so they're only going to do 15 minutes, so is there a minimum? They have a minimum?
But they're going to prep, they're going to come, they're going to sit.
The travel time.
So what do we guess
if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. The amount of money should not be the issue as far as knowing
well,
what we need
I'd like to know.
do.
Yes,
I mean, we're paying
Councilor
extra.
D'Amato.
What's the difference?
Well, first of all, $185 for somebody to come and tell us about things that will be in the millions, tens of millions of dollars is a bargain. There were residents who questioned why at a previous meeting we had a developer's attorney answering our questions, and I thought that that was a very legitimate critique of what we were doing. I was like, oh, you're right, you know. So having our own attorney to answer some questions, and I would say maybe they can talk for 15 minutes and then we can ask them questions and you know, and see where we go with that. But we are about, you know, we are always dealing with these issues and they change. And I for one, am pretty new to it, so I'm for it. I think it would be illuminating.
I'm not necessarily against it, but 15 minutes is like, to go over redevelopment law is not enough time.
I agree.
And if we're paying for it.
This was submitted prior to us putting in place what we have now for presentations.
So, I mean, whatever, if the council wants it to be whatever. Let me just tell you, my problem is that we spend time meeting, communications committee just met, and we all agreed on what was going to happen. And I was really fortunate to have the team that we have. And then we get in here today, and I'm saying, okay, they say, don't go past 1 hour. So I'm like, okay, the time is up in 1 hour. So no, let them keep going. So we're wasting time. And if we're not going to adhere to the laws that we set for ourselves, then let's just don't do it. Let's just say, hey, let's just sort of leave things open and go with the flow, because I don't mind. I think I'm much more like go with the flow type of person than maybe some of you all who want these laws in place. But once we put them in and I digest that, and I'm trying to run a meeting based on what we say, then it's very difficult, right? So if we're not going to stick to 15 minutes, I'm fine. We can just say, since this happened before that, it's very important.
I think 15 minutes is good as an opening thing. I think it's good.
Whatever the majority of the group says, since Councilor Toller is saying this happened in September before we had this in place, we can just invite them in, and whatever the council wants to, whatever the council wants to, parameters they wish to put in, if we are paying that person in particular, if they say, yes, we have a, hour and a half presentation, and that's fine with the majority of the group.
I don't think that they need to give a presentation for more than 15 minutes. They can stand up, talk, give an intro, we can say, tell us 15 minutes worth of stuff that you think we need to know that we might not already know, and then we can ask them questions. and prepare and go back and forth. But it's good, we don't want to make it in a public meeting, 2 hours long, because people will, will fall asleep. But it's a good start to start at 15 minutes, and then we can, we should encourage people to be brief. Because I always
Well,
am.
whatever the majority of the council, what say the rest of the group? That's how, Eileen, Carmel, Deputy Manager, Rahum, what do you guys say?
I mean, I would first of all like to be very clear about what this presentation's topic is and what the aim of the topic. I mean, very specifically what law, what we are looking to get out of it. If it's, if you want it to be about redevelopment laws, pilots, I highly doubt that it's going to be limited to 15 minutes. I think the whole point of having creating this agenda making process was to make things more efficient for us, for our meetings to be focused on business, as well as give the public an opportunity to do public comment. I don't necessarily think that it's a great use of our time or the public's time to have presentations that are longer than necessary to convey information. So that is why, we sort of created this agenda to limit the number of presentations and the amount of time it takes. So,
Councilor Lockman?
Well, he had his.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Councilor Williams.
I'm probably going to say something that Councilor Lockman is going to say anyway.
I say it in a deeper voice with more authority.
So, I've made myself known on presentations. I think presentations should be done in a town hall format for anybody that is interested in that particular topic to just come, and you can make the town hall as long as you want. But I think for the purposes of these meetings, I think that we should focus on the business. Now, I do understand that we're probably going to have presentations on budgets and stuff like that. That I think is a little bit different, but these kind of special topics, while we're all, should know these topics, it just doesn't lend itself to these meetings. I think that, we should have them in town hall. And it's not specific to this one. This is my understanding on all presentations, but that's just me. So.
Yes, Mr. Williams, you took the words right out of my mouth. But with respect to this particular issue, we are in the process of negotiating a redevelopment agreement. Do we really want to have a presentation on redevelopment agreements when we're in the throes of doing this? You're opening up a can of worms. I think you're going to have debate about pilots. Do you want pilots? Do you not want pilots? And I don't think we need to listen to everybody going on and on about it. We are, the people are working on this in the EDC. We will ask the right questions. We will get the information out of the attorneys. We'll get the information out of Mr. Burr. We'll come back to the committee here and give you our recommendation. You'll be looking at and have discussions. You'll be looking at the agreement yourselves. We have excellent attorneys, I hope, who are working on this. I don't see why involving the public on an issue that's going to raise a can of worms. We've already got cans of worms open, and we don't need this one, especially since we have a time clock on this where it's got to get done. I don't need
That's why we should have never agreed. You should have never put in a time clock, because how do we learn? And you just said you hope we have an attorney. Or
we will have an attorney. We have an attorney working on the redevelopment agreement.
Okay.
You have an attorney, and
if you guys are comfortable with it,
excuse me.
Go ahead.
Mayor,
Sorry.
may I?
Yes, sir.
If I was asked for an opinion, I would have stated that I don't think you need a presentation from your redevelopment counsel, who's your attorney, in a public meeting. You could have had an attorney-client executive closed session.
We can do that too, because I have questions. To discuss, and I think what the questions that you have revolve around the process of going through a redevelopment agreement, which was, I had put out of order last time. I said financial agreement, redevelopment agreement, but the redevelopment agreement with the redeveloper
and then the financial agreement and what that looks like. And I agree with Carmel, you don't want to do that in open public meeting when you're in the midst of negotiations with the redeveloper. But if you have those questions, we bring Waters McPherson in, closed session, as a group, you want the whole council to ask questions. Otherwise, you run it through one of your committees.
Right.
Whether it be finance or
how do we do that during the closed session? How? Under, I mean, it's not
contract negotiations.
Contract negotiations.
Right. So if you're looking at your resolution for executive session, there shows you the exemptions, the list of exemptions.
But that would be contracts.
And we would look for which one of those falls. It could be attorney-client, you're getting consultation from your attorney, or contract negotiations.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Councilor Lockman.
I mean, when we have the draft from outside counsel and yourself, we can all get it, we can look at it, we can have questions, we can talk at executive session with the attorney at that point. I think it's premature to be doing this now, and I don't think it should be done during the public, because this is an active contract negotiation that's going on right now.
Councilor Birmingham, what are your thoughts?
I think that probably makes sense because I think it accomplishes both goals in terms of learning about redevelopment law and a contract negotiation, but also making it germane to Lackawanna, to the actual relevant issue. So I think then it can be a little bit longer than 15 minutes if that's what we want. So I would think closed session when the time is right for me, that would make sense.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I'll just thank the township attorney for cutting through the mustard, and sign me up.
Okay. Councilor Toller?
Yes.
How are you feeling about the discussion that you've heard and the suggestion?
I think it's wonderful. I think it's great. This is not about a contract or anything. I just think we as counselors don't have enough knowledge on what we can and can't be involved in. As Councilor D'Amato stated, when we had the first discussion, we had to use the developer's attorney to answer some questions for us, and that just didn't make sense. We don't know what we can do. We had to fix a resolution sitting right here that night. So I think it's just in my best interest. If the council doesn't want to do it, then I'm outvoted. It's not a big deal. And what I'm saying is we don't even understand what we're supposed to do or can do. So who are we relying on, and how do we know that this is the right thing to do? We need to educate ourselves if we're going to be moving forward.
But you don't think we can do that in the order that Attorney Burr?
This wasn't meant for like a big public presentation or having cans come out of a worm or what have you. It's just, it was a meeting for us. This is something that I was trying to do a couple of months ago, but I didn't get any response back. But yeah, we can do this behind closed doors, executive session. We can do it on the weekend, whatever is most, is going to work for everybody. But I just think in the best interest of development law, when it comes to pilots, what kind of pilots can we ask for? All kinds of things we need to know. And where are we getting that information from? We're going to wait until we get a final document again and then have to sit and try to fix it? I don't understand that part. We should at least be knowledgeable about what it is we can be involved in, what say we can have, and take it from there.
Deputy Mayor?
Councilor Toller, I'm appreciative of your desire to have us all have information that we need to vote on things and make decisions. I just really want to be clear, are you concerned with the presentation, your intent behind the presentation, to get more information about how to evaluate the redevelopment agreement or the project itself?
All of it. Okay. Because I have no knowledge, and I don't think any of us have any knowledge on which way we're going, how we should go about it.
So again, I think we've been presented with the process. We've been advised on the process. The redevelopment agreement and the financial agreement, they're being negotiated. They're in the process of being negotiated.
But do we as counselors have an opportunity to be involved in those negotiations? This is just an off-the-wall question. I'm just asking.
It's going to be our responsibility to review the agreements when they're ready to be reviewed. That's going to be our responsibility.
Right.
And so I think what people are proposing is, rather than having rather than having a presentation, is when the drafts are ready for our review, we can have the EDC do a first pass, and then everybody around this dais is going to have the opportunity and has a responsibility to review the contract. And at that point, I think what I'm hearing is from, the other counselors is that at that point, we could ask for a closed meeting with the redevelopment council and ask any questions.
I'm definitely not in favor of EDC getting the first shot at it before the rest of the council.
We should all be aware of what is what. That's my point.
So why don't we have a closed?
I would like the knowledge to.
Yeah. No. Why don't we have a closed session sooner then? Like, why don't we do what Councilor Toller is proposing, but do it in closed session? Because then if we have specific questions about the contract, we can ask them in private. Like, why don't we, can we do that?
I'm with that.
Councilor Toller, does that sound like?
Yeah.
Plus, well, I just want to emphasize the element of confidentiality here, which we've seen some, well, whatever.
Councilor Williams?
The Yankees are winning.
They were down in the beginning of the game. That's good news.
Okay. So, did you finish with the comments that you wanted to make, Ms. Toller, for now?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yes, I'm done.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Councilor Williams. Good to the order.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, I don't have a lot to discuss. Just a couple of things for folks in the Third Ward that are still up and watching. Forest Street, my folks on Forest Street. We are working on ordinance there to make one side of the street, the east side of the street, permit only as requested with the many signatures that you got. We're working on that. Hopefully we'll have that up for discussion at the first meeting in November. I'm also a part of the mobility subcommittee. There's a committee and then there's a subcommittee. I'm on the subcommittee, and we're dealing with overnight parking. So I know one of the constituents from the First Ward came out tonight about that, so we're working on that. We got some important data that we needed to kind of make some sort of decisions, which we'll make decisions and then we'll pass it off to the council, for them to chime in also. And last but not least, I'm going to hold myself accountable to get this off the ground. I'm planning on putting together kind of a basketball tournament for, some of the old folks like myself in Montclair. And the plan is to have a team from each ward be put together. And I spoke to some of my councilor colleagues already about this, and it'll be a game. A day of games, and hopefully it'll be a fundraising mechanism where the winning team, the charity that they chose, would get the proceeds that were raised for that day. It's kind of a way to get folks that don't necessarily get to vibe with other folks in different wards together for a day of fun and stuff like that. I think Mayor Baskerville said she's going to put on her cheerleading outfit.
I am indeed.
And so I'm gonna, the one thing I'm gonna do is it's gonna be an age limitation. So we want kind of the older folks to play, because I think there's plenty of stuff for the young people. I don't want to get hurt, right? Maybe. Well, we'll talk about it. We can make it co-ed. We can make it co-ed. So anyway, there's a lot to be done in terms of that. I'll be seeking feedback from folks, and anybody's listening here that they're interested, feel free to email me about it. But that's the plan, and that's all for me.
I have a question about what you said with the east side permit parking only. Are we planning to have a public community meeting for input, and how does this work? Because if we start going down that very slippery slope, it seems as though anyone anywhere else that wants to have permit parking only, like I'd like to just be able to park in front of my house as well. So I want to know how we're going to do this parking thing, and we're going to do it piecemeal, like some residents on Forest say they just want to have permit only on their street, so only them can park there, and taking away parking from the rest of the residents in town. And I'm just trying to think about it in terms of the entire township, because we have to do whatever we do with you know, some semblance of equity. So if we're going to do that there, then I would assume everybody else is going to come Woodland and say, hey, I only want to have permit parking on Woodland in front of my house, you know, for those residents. So how are we doing this?
So great question. So I think the folks on Forest Street, they have a different situation than maybe some of those other folks, whereas at the end of Forest Street, they have the Midtown deck. And what's happening on Forest Street are folks that are visiting businesses in the area are coming there and they're parking on the streets on both sides, and the deck sits empty. So this was sponsored by the residents of Forest Street. They want a way where folks will be forced to park in the parking deck that don't live on the street. So the permit parking will be available, and we're not talking about overnight parking. We're talking about during the day parking will be available for residents only of Forest Street, so that they can have a better quality of life. And you know, these folks that visit the areas, they'll still have plenty of parking because the Midtown deck is underutilized. Right.
Yeah. I get it, but I'm just saying, so then why don't we give them, you know, some parking spaces in the Midtown deck? Maybe the people that are parking there don't want to park in the deck. And once you do that, just like in the South End Business District, right, everybody wants to park on the street there. And say, for example, there's a religious institution there, and they take up all of the streets in there all of the time. So once we start this there, other people, and there are a lot of streets, even by the Grove Pharmacy, right, where people park there to go to the train station. I know we've done some types of things. I just want us to make sure that we're thinking about the whole township and not just making this a private street type of a situation for the Forest Street residents. And if you've given it a plenty thought and you're not planning on having a public community meeting to hear from the public, that's just something new and a little bit different, and it's sounding as though we're trying to turn, you know, community things into little private, my street type of thing, when really these not my streets, they're our streets.
All good feedback, but when we put this up for an ordinance for discussion, everyone can come in and discuss it. And if folks on the dais don't like it, then they can vote it down. I mean, I'm just a single person that's taking the feedback from constituents in my group. I am, you know, putting something forward. I'm sponsoring something. I have to get someone else on the dais to sponsor it as well. It comes before everyone else, and they can chime in and say, hey, I don't like this because, you know, this is going to start something, or whatever the case may be, and that's perfectly fine. But I do think that the instances that you're mentioning versus this, it's a little different. Not necessarily making it a private street, so that's impacting anyone else in town. There is parking available right there in the Midtown deck. It's just that no one's using it because there's free parking right there, which is, you know, blocking up both sides of the street. So this is only on one side of the street.
So I'm going to ask, though, then we have to set some guidelines, all of us as a group, all seven us, as to when, you know, things that affect the entire township need to be, you know, publicly advertised so that the entire township can have a voice. Just like when we're talking about Lackawanna, we had public comments so everybody can come. And we're talking now about a public street, not a private street. Maybe the people don't want to park there. Maybe they don't have money. Maybe they don't like decks. And you're saying, well, they can read this. Maybe those people don't even look at our agendas. I don't know the situations. I'm just trying to think, make sure. And what would be the problem with having a community meeting where you announce that we will have the meeting, and for the purpose of discussing this? Maybe nobody wants to, maybe nobody cares. I don't know. I'm just really trying to think down the line what we may be creating. Maybe nothing.
I agree
and
with that.
I receive what you're saying, Counselor. I'm just trying to figure out a headache. Yeah.
I think you're basically responding to requests that you got, right? You said the forestry,
residents, right,
Montclair Park, Walnut Parkway, that's a self-enclosed. Maple Street, I guess, these are requests that you got. And I think that's what you're trying to respond to. You're not broadening it to the whole town. So, I mean, we'll never get anything done if we don't respond to the requests that we've gotten, if we keep having, community meetings and all that. So I'm with you, Rahul.
But then we need to do that as a council and decide that we're going to turn the neighborhoods into private parking for the neighbors if they request it, and we're not going to announce it publicly for the rest of the residents. I have a problem with that because I like transparency and I promise transparency, and I think that is taking away an element of transparency. I don't know who the people are that are parking there. They could be people that work there and maybe they don't have money to go to the thing. I don't know the situation for them, but I just think when we have public streets and we're now taking a block of parking away from the public have a right to come in and comment. Maybe no one will show up. I don't know. It just seems like it's not as transparent as it could be.
Well, so I don't think you get more transparent than this. We're streaming. I'm talking into a microphone. It's not done in secret. It's going to be put on an agenda that's going to be on the website. It's not going to get passed the first time. Anybody that wants to come out, it's not being done in secret. It's being done out in the open. And anybody up here that doesn't like it and thinks that it's a slippery slope can vote it down. And this is the whole purpose of the committee. There's a process in place here, really, where anything that is going to be passed into law in terms of an ordinance or resolution, it comes up for discussion before everyone, right? It may start out in a committee, but it comes to everybody for them to opine, just like you're opining on this right now. And it's fine if you don't like it, and ultimately if it comes up here, it may fail. So it's up to me to convince everybody that this isn't a slippery slope situation. This is kind of a unique situation where there is a solution here in turn. I mean, the other thing, if it's not permanent parking, you just make it 1 hour parking. So everybody has to move their car every hour. I mean,
well, at least it's equity then, so that people that don't just live there have an opportunity to park there if they want to.
I think the folks that, since this was sponsored by the folks that, the young man that came here and gave me the petition in front of all of you, I mean, that was the transparency. I didn't make this up. When I was campaigning, I went to Forest Street and knocked on doors, and that was the one thing that everybody said. No one uses the deck. They all park here, free parking. They leave their cars here all day. It narrows it here all day long, and they've been consistent with this for about 6 months.
So why don't they use the deck then? They don't really care that no one is using the deck. Their thing is, I want to park in front of my house, and I want to make sure nobody else.
No, they all have driveways. They have driveways.
But then why do they care who's parking in front of their house?
Because they get a lot of traffic from the businesses
in
the area.
Anybody who lives near business does, or a school.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're making the request. It's incumbent upon their representative.
I'll host the community meeting.
We're going to have to.
It's incumbent.
It's not going to work.
Yeah. Okay. I received that.
Just let me speak.
Okay.
It's incumbent upon me as their representative to listen to them.
I received that.
Craft legislation, bring it to everybody, put it up for a vote. If it gets voted down, it gets voted down.
Yeah.
Right, but it's not that simple because you're assuming that the majority of people in this township are sitting at all watching this meeting, and the majority of them are not. Most of them don't even know who we are, and that's the truth. After 4 years, most of the people in this township won't even know who the town council people are, and they're not sitting home watching that. And I don't know if any of the people that park there regularly do or don't. So no, this is not my idea of transparency. That, people, yes, we're on TV. Okay, come on.
May I?
But anyway, I'll rest.
I just
Yes.
think if we're going to start crafting legislation, as you said, and creating ordinances, we need to think about the whole township and parking, not just a specific block. Because I know in the 4th Ward, there are plenty of areas where people park their cars and get on the trains, and they're there all day. So, and there are plenty of homes in the 4th Ward without driveways. So if you're going to take Forest Street with people who have driveways, and their complaint is people are parking in front of their homes, it just seems a little weird to me. I just think it needs to be a bigger discussion for all 4 wards to just think about what would be the overall good look for parking.
I think it's specific to different wards. You have a different situation in the 4th Ward than the 3rd Ward and first Ward, right?
Well, it's really the 3rd and 4th Ward that really have the most issues.
Well, but so in one situation, you know what? I'll speak to you offline.
Okay.
Yeah. I rest, and thank you for trying to help me better understand that. So did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
Let's go Yankees.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Well, first of all, early voting is now through November 3rd. So I go to the one in Verona, the Verona Community Center. I hope people take the opportunity to go beat the lines on Election Day. Diwali starts November 1st, so I want to say Happy Diwali to all the families and people who are celebrating. I wanted to just give a very brief update on the manager search. Myself and the mayor, have been in touch with the CEO. And just a very quick update, a basic job description was posted on the League of Municipalities website a few weeks ago. We got a good number of resumes come in through that. Additionally, a brochure, a town brochure with an ideal candidate profile, which we all contributed to, all 7 of us, as well as senior staff, was created by JPM. That was also posted on the website of the International City County Management Association, that website, that was just done last week. And right now we are getting recommendations from JPM about the candidates that we would send an initial questionnaire to get a very high-level overview of their executive experience. And from that, we would decide who we want to bring in for an initial interview. So that's where we are in the process. I wanted to just really quickly also just say, I mean, we've all been, I think all 7 of us have been working really hard, engaging with constituents and doing a lot of really tough, hard work. Just a couple of things that I've been working on with members of the Human Services Committee and commissions. A resident actually brought this up. We have been working on the Skip the Stuff ordinance. We are hoping to, we're planning a whole outreach plan, getting feedback from restaurant owners, and we are hoping to get that ordinance on the agenda for a first reading at the end of November, I believe. Hopefully it'll happen end of November or early December. So that's exciting news. And like Councilor Williams said, we are working on looking at the overnight street parking. A group of us are working on looking at that ordinance to see what criteria we could set around how we as a council decide what streets are approved to be added to the list where overnight street parking with a permit is allowed, because I know that several of us, Councilor Toller, Councilor Williams, Councilor Lockman, we've all been getting requests, and I think we all recognize that we don't want to become a town where every street overnight street parking is allowed, but exceptions have been made in the past by the council, so we want to just kind of create some guardrails around that, I should say. I also just really quickly wanted to just reinforce something, a clarification that the mayor made about the CDG, the Community Development Block Grants program. because I just want to try to be as precise as possible. And I know the application is going to be opening up on the Essex County website, I think at the end of this week. And so regarding the capital projects that were brought up, you know, the eligible, in order to qualify, the capital projects that are proposed have to be located within this income eligible area of town. And I believe that the majority of those areas are within the 4th Ward. However, if a capital project would serve a special population, like the people with disabilities or seniors, what have you, those can be located anywhere in town. So I just wanted to make that clear. Like, for example, the bathrooms at the public library, the main branch of the public library, they were made ADA compliant through one of these grants, and that is it's in Ward 3. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep, thanks. That's what I said before.
Exactly.
I just didn't tell them specifically all the projects. I can probably tell you for the last 12 years what they all were, but yep. Anything else that you wanted to talk about?
That's all for now.
Okay, Councilor Loughlin.
Well, Susan, I just wanted to ask you a question since I didn't go to the meeting about the process. There's no hearing, is there? There's no community input that's given on the capital projects, right? That's just what we decide we want to do, and then there's no input really that we get.
I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why I appreciate that Councilor Toller had, you know, many of the 4th Ward residents there, because, you know, the township projects that are capital projects would probably come from, you know, they can come from ideas brought by residents, which, you know, happened last.
But they don't have to, you know.
Yeah, they don't have to.
That's all I'm saying. They don't have to. The residents don't really have a say. It's just based on what the council wants to do.
No, residents do have a say.
I mean,
don't think so.
the council are the ones that are deciding on the projects.
We decide on it, correct, but it's based on community engagement.
Right, which Janice talks to the community and gets the, you know, and comes up with some ideas.
Right.
Yeah, she had scheduled that meeting to give the process.
The nonprofit agencies, even though Janice was saying 40 to 50% should be allocated, it's really about 15%. So this would actually leave more money for community engagement process.
Well, it depends on what our needs are within the capital
10,
projects.
12 years, you know, nothing's really been done in the 4th Ward with that money. So I think it's not much. Not much.
I don't think that's true.
Tell me where something's happened in the 4th Ward.
They give monies to all the
She shared a lot of projects on Walnut Street, the library.
Walnut Street is the 4th Ward.
No. I'm talking about up the lighting. It actually turns into 2nd Ward. But everything that she listed on her presentation, and like I said, I've asked her to share it with everyone. You can see the projects that the money was used for, is what she shared with us. And there wasn't much there for the actual 4th Ward. And yes, it could have gone to affordable housing and perhaps fixed some of the problems that we have here now.
You mean the capital?
Capital projects. It could have went to that, but it didn't go.
Well, I wouldn't question what the other council has done. Clearly, they thought about what projects were presented and made this decision.
Right.
So
I understand.
why are we second guessing that?
I'm not second guessing it. I was just stating a fact to you.
Yeah. I just wanted to, I mean, I really don't have all that much to report. Before I came here, I did go to the Board of Ed Candidates Forum. And so there's 6 candidates running for the Board of Ed, and it was kind of interesting to hear the questions that they were asked and their ability to respond. We all know what that's like, you know, having to be at a forum and responding to questions. So there's some good people there, and I think we'll have a nice choice on November 5th, I guess it is, Election Day. Yeah, that's basically what I'd like to report on.
Councilor Birmingham?
I'm going to keep this very short. I do want to just remind everybody to vote. Mayor, thank you for hosting a really sweet Halloween treat activity earlier today. Thank you to the Guerreros for the ice cream. This is part of my suffragist costume, so I'm not.
It's a great costume.
I don't have the full regalia on right now.
I've got the pictures.
You have photos, okay. I want to just give a quick shout out to the Scarecrow competition that's at the Van Vleck Gardens on Saturday, which is always really fun. I know I get to announce the winner, I think. And then, yes, so vote, and then scarecrows and Halloween. Please drive gently on Halloween. It will be dark, and there will be a lot of, it's supposed to be really nice out, so there'll probably be a lot of kids out sort of late. So everyone, please drive safely, and that's all from me.
Thank you. Councilor D'Amato?
Thanks. You know, as usual, it's a mix of bad and good in the world. I'll thank the mayor for starting off the public comment period with a very nice few words about being kind, which I think are very important right now. The last couple of weeks, unfortunately, we had some bad incidents in and relating to town. We were world famous for one little short news cycle for a very dumb and hurtful incident that took place right downtown, where somebody, as seems to be the case, a lot mistook one flag for another and hurt other people and hurt themselves in the process. There was a possibly related copycat dumb incident in my ward, which involved some arson and very hateful graffiti. Also confused people. The good news is that this is just a few people who are confused. We live in a great town with a lot of very thoughtful people. These things happening does not sour me on our town. And in fact, a related thing is that in the last week, some friends of mine have said to me, "Oh, it just must be terrible what you do. You know, all these people coming up to yell at you and all the email that you get." And I just say, no, it's not at all. Like this question of artificial turf, which is what I think the person was saying about it, it's just not true. My inbox was filled with extraordinarily thoughtful emails with data and good insights, you know, from not just two perspectives, but, you know, from a variety of perspectives. So that's quite, you know, heartening. And tonight, it was the same thing. A lot of people spoke. It was maybe a long time. It's maybe a little tiring to hear people, but they're great. They're terrific. People should be proud. I mean, like, and people were pretty nice to each other. In fact, they were very nice to each other. So I think it's, you know, on balance, it's all good. And then just granular and sort of funner and more good. I was very happy and proud that the First Ward's library branch, the Bellevue Avenue branch, was the site of shooting for the new Bruce Springsteen biopic that is coming. And the actor is the star of this show, The Bear, Jeremy Allen White, which women are crazy for this man. And so they may still be filming. You can go up there, well, my wife at least. And maybe in related news, on the 13th, it's Ladies' Night Out in Upper Montclair. So.
Good. Okay. I want to thank Councilor D'Amato for joining me with Little Read at the library. That's always a wonderful time where families can bring their usually younger children to the library and sit in the big red chair and read. And it was a lot more fun with you there, Councilor D'Amato. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'd also just like to comment when Ms. Rubina and Madeline mentioned some of the things that possibly we could do in terms of speaking about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism and some of the other things, the anti-LGBTQ plus activities or remarks that have been on the increase. I just wanted to let them in the community know that I have been meeting with different groups. I've been meeting with our faith leaders, and we've been discussing different education opportunities that we can create for the township, where we have specialists come in and they do things. And of course, one of the first things that we thought to do would be start out with an anti-Semitism
awareness type of a thing, and I was given the name of some different people that can come in and talk about that, and we would bring them in, and anybody, the entire township, and this isn't just for the council, of course, you know, anybody that wants to come, it's education for everybody. And I know when I was at the Civil Rights Commission, they kept mentioning, yes, and the township council should go. Well, I don't think that there's anything going on in this township council that in any way suggests that that we are at all trying to allow anti-Semitism to exist. And so when we were talking about these with the different leaders from the different groups, we were talking about inviting everybody here, people from the general community, from the schools, employers, employees, town council members, anybody who wanted to come, and I really liked that. And we all agreed that we do need to do more and maybe look at things a little differently. And to that end, we talked about possibly the people that we were meeting with talked about something called the Montclair Mutuality Impact Group, and there would be workshops to review and make recommendations for innovating the laws that we have, our policies, the programs, services, the modalities, and the mediums through which we communicate with the residents and other critical stakeholders, and see whatever we can to move Montclair to its next level of greatness. So while we all think that we are doing, you know, a good job in things, we all realize that we can do better. And this core group is going to reach out, and when we have a timeline and have written the goals up, we're going to announce it to the public and invite people to join us so that people, I know there are already some people in the Civil Rights Commission who wish to join the committee, but if other people think that you would be a helpful person to come and join this committee, that help us to address some of the not just types of hate, but some of the ways we address policies and things to make sure that we are providing the most input for the majority of the people and doing things with equity and checks and balances. And not often do we, you know, even take a look at who the people are that are in the different employment. When we pass things and we say we want to go with this group or that group, not all of us even look at the diversity on those groups. And so maybe we should look at things like having that included when we, you know, put a contract out. Maybe we should specifically ask for those things. We don't know, but we are interested in it. And so those of you that have reached out to me, Lonnie and Tamar, I'd like to thank you both for taking your time. And again, Eric, I'd like to thank you for agreeing to meet with us. And that. Oh, and so the other thing is that the council is planning some type of a retreat, and we have not yet, just so the public knows, we have not yet really solidified what's going to what subcommittees. So while some subcommittees are saying this is ours, some other subcommittees are saying this is ours. And the council has not had a chance yet to discuss those things because we're not allowed to meet together without having, you know, a meeting, a public meeting, more than 3 at a time. And so it's been very, very, very difficult to lock down what is going to which committee. So we hope to get those things solidified, and once we get them solidified, we wish to put them up on the township website. That way, if you have specific concerns, and say, for example, parking, then you know that would go to, and you look on the web page and it will tell you that. If you have other concerns that may have to do with housing or that type of thing, then you look there and it will tell you that. Same thing, you know, with park and rec things, environmental things. But just to let you know, we're not quite there yet, but we are moving, I think, in a very positive direction. I'm excited about where we are now. We're gaining momentum there, and these things will make it much easier for you to have your questions answered, and thank you for bearing with us while we try different things. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I want to mention is how much I regret not being able to say let's go Mets tonight, but I am rooting for the Yankees, Counselor.
Manager, I do have a question for you. Sorry, did you see my email about Braymore? Because I guess there's a time clock on that.
We're working on that.
You are?
We have to involve council as to what we can or can't do.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know if you have any.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. As it was stated earlier, early voting is underway. It will continue through this Sunday. The hours are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Through Saturday. Sunday, they'll close early at 6 p.m. Verona Community Center at 880 Bloomfield Avenue is one site. If you're on the other side of town, Watsessing Park in Bloomfield, Conjure Street is closer to you. And then the election will take place on Tuesday the 5th. Polls will be open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And as always, anybody who has any questions about voting, call the clerk's office, 973-509-4900. We have all the answers. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney? Attorney Burr?
Nothing, Mayor, due to the lateness of the evening.
Okay. Then we will adjourn to the executive session. We'll ask any public that remains, please, to excuse yourself. We're unmuted. We're unmuted. We're unmuted. Good evening. We're going to, at this point in time, we're going to come out of executive session. I'd like to make a motion, please, that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Thank you. Have a good evening.